during our T0. We could see the rain on Dragon's windows, and Kiko's team made an awesome call to slip it. And we went on the next go, which, as I understand it, Kiko was truly kind of threading the needle, right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's hard to describe the call that was made. I mean, we were mere seconds, maybe a minute away from committing to that first T0. Actually, we had kind of all agreed, okay, we're going for it, and then we, as a minute or two ticked off the clock, we got a couple more radar scans, and this cell was popped up, and we had the launch weather officers from the range kind of giving us a 50-50, and then we had the SpaceX meteorologist also on, and he was ultimately like, I recommend we slip, which ended up being a great call, because had we stayed on that first T0, we would have scrubbed. And it's not clear if we would have gotten recovery with.
I made an audible at the last second. There's a Twitter Spaces with Isaacman and Kiko and a bunch of other people at SpaceX here. I want to listen to that, so let's jump in and listen.
For being ready. Jared, I actually had a question for you. It was 2 weeks of downtime, basically. You guys, and then we went from, uncertain to launch to like, okay, tonight's the night. Maybe I would be curious to hear from you guys on kind of your mental prep and sort of, I don't know if it was an emotional roller coaster, but just general, your guys' feelings, how we went so quickly from every day being a delay to, all right, we're in it now.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko, I think we were great. We felt bad for the families and all the guests that had come out. And we know a lot of people were psyched up for it. Like, we get to go to space. We have unbelievable objectives. Like, we're totally charged up about it. So don't worry. We kept busy. We were running and studying and flying and staying sharp for it. And but we certainly felt bad for those that traveled great distances and might not, weren't necessarily able to make it back. But we were basically postured for a 30-hour go time, and when you guys delivered it, we were ready. And an awesome job, making that right call. And it's kind of unique, right? Because in a lot of ways, we were kept on the ground because we didn't have good landing weather, which is not necessarily a problem for the space station. But on the flip side, they have an instantaneous launch window. They would have had to hit that
curious
mark,
as to
when the weather developed, and they would have lost that day. But you guys were able to do something totally unique, since like literally the shuttle days, of slipping a T0 and being able to take that second go and ultimately get us off the pad before the weather came in again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a really unique mission design in that sense. And it was so critical to have the 3 individual T0s, especially in the summer months. One more thing to stress about, in a lot of ways, having an instantaneous window is quite nice, because you just don't worry about the weather, because it's going to be what it's going to be, and you don't get forced into the hard decisions like we had to do that night. But yeah, it worked out, and now we get to talk about all the success on the other side.
Yeah, and just a reminder for everyone, like those T0s, even though I know it was like hard to stay up if you're, I guess, really anywhere in the U.S., it was pretty late at night, were designed for the best chances to avoid micrometeoroid debris, which was a reality of kind of the environment we were flying into, and good comms, for our EVA and just, solar pointing and such. So it was very specific, but we did have another shot at it. I will say, like, big picture, we went into this with 3 main objectives. High apogee pass, learn about that high radiation environment, come back down, do an EVA, test out Starlink, and do about 40 science and research experiments and come home safe. Every one of those boxes were checked. So we're all like super excited about it. And now we'll kind of drill into like the play-by-play here a little bit, which is, launch and liftoff, if Kid wants to take us through that.
Absolutely. Thanks, Brooke. Let's talk launch day. It's game time. Before I do that, it's worth mentioning and this is a common theme you're going to hear constantly from us, because we sincerely mean it. We and the team have dedicated the last 2.5 years to this mission, to train and prepare ourselves for the milestones we established. In all honesty, there was a lot of highs and lows that we experienced throughout training. There was delays, but it's a developmental mission. So it was necessary because the team wasn't going to launch us until we were 100% ready with our safety as the top priority. But to get us to this point took the entire SpaceX organization committing the resources necessary, as well as developing innovative technology to get us to launch day. So, granted, we got center stage when the rocket launched, but there are so many men and women, some of the most intelligent engineers that I've ever met behind this project that deserves all the credit in the world for getting us to launch day. As far as the phase of the day, we got up to throughout quarantine. We had some highs and lows, but eventually we got to the day of launch. Once we got the go ahead, it was the last opportunity to kind of interact with our families before we had to say goodbye. And it's worth mentioning the sacrifices that all our spouses and families had to make over the years for us to participate in this project. And we're just the lucky ones. There are plenty of people that could fulfill this role, and that's a point worth emphasizing, is that this is just one chapter. There's so many sequential chapters that will advance space exploration. But at this point in moment, it was us, and we wanted to rise to the occasion, and we only were able to do that with the support of our families. So once we said goodbye, it was time to proceed to suit up. And throughout suit up, this was the last opportunity for human interaction, more or less, getting suited for this launch. And then we headed to the tower and got strapped into the capsule. Once they closed that hatch, we're starting to reflect on our subjective experiences and what it felt like. And this was the first time, you close that hatch and it's just us. And it's time to focus. And I compare it to, my experiences being a fighter pilot and going on a combat mission. There is immense 100% trust that you have in your wingman. And that's exactly what we have with this crew. Everyone knows, not only do we know our specific roles and responsibilities, but we also know each other's strengths and weaknesses. And the fact that we will ultimately hit these highs and lows, we need to be there to back each other up to ensure that, again, we have our safety in mind and execute the mission flawlessly. As far as the launch itself, holy cow, was this an intense ride. Thankfully, we had the experience of Jared in his previous mission to kind of give us this play-by-play as we hit these sequential milestones throughout the launch sequence. And he would give these kind of preparatory commands. Granted, we rehearsed them in training, but it's nothing compared to the real thing. All the senses are engaged. You feel the rocket from the sway before launch, and then the rumbling as it takes off from the pad. Loud sounds, and then you go through these sequential events that can surprise you if you're not aware. But thankfully, Jared would provide these inputs of here comes Miko. You're going to feel a thud and a thrust forward in your seat as you make these G transitions. And it was intense for sure. We progressed up to about 4.5 Gs prior to Miko separation. You get flown through forward in your seat, and you go to 0 Gs. All of a sudden, the second stage lights, and you're back to positive Gs. You build back up to that 4.5, and that's pretty intense. It's longer durations than you experience in a fighter jet, just based on energy depletion with a smaller aircraft. They're short waves of G forces, whereas in a rocket, you're heading in one direction. You got a heck of a lot of thrust, 1.7 million pounds of thrust. So you're going to sustain those Gs for a long time. So it's, you're along for the ride for sure on this one. And then that final separation with Seco, you go from that 4.5 Gs that you experienced for a couple minutes to 0, and now you're in 0 G for the next 5 days, and then it's game time. So it takes a little bit to adapt to the environment. It's a very austere world that we live in up there. You're having to deal with elements that we'll cover here in a second, but space fog, visual sensations that it takes some adjusting to, the fluid shifting that's happening based on gravity, not pulling on those fluid in your body. All things that we'll cover, but have a direct impact on your ability to function properly, from physical, mental, cognitively, emotional. These are all things that are unique to the environment that make it so so awesome. So with that, I will pass it off to Sarah Rook to talk EVA.
Sure. So I'll just open up really quick on the EVA. It was, actually, I'll have kind of Sarah, because she was behind the displays, give you the whole operations from kind of start to finish. Just saying, like, for the part that I was in on kind of opening the hatch, just what an emotional experience, a sensory overload. There's the physical exertion, there's the pressure changes, the temperature changes, gets a little cold, and then of course the overwhelming visual sensation when when you see Earth with no kind of barrier between you other than the visor that's in front of you. So it's a lot of senses that come together, way more than my prior experience of just looking through the cupola on I-4, where it's an immense visual experience, but this was something else. And I guess I would also say, we were out there doing a mobility test. There's been about 600 EVAs in the history of human spaceflight. By all accounts, like, what we were doing was on the lower end of the complexity scale. But what was so different and so special is, like, it was a commercial endeavor, right? It wasn't world superpowers. It wasn't taxpayers and contributing 4.5% GDP during the space race to make it come together. I mean, this is a privately funded endeavor that benefits all of humankind. And the end result is, you got a suit now that works in space, and you got a lot of data, and you're going to bring that back home, and you're going to make better suits, and then better suits, until you've got suits that people can use someday on the moon or Mars. So that's kind of just like my big picture overview of it. I'd love, like, Sarah to go in the details of how that whole venting operation worked, and from her perspective, the testing.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, I'm going to back up a little bit, because the preparation for the EVA started almost as soon as we arrived on orbit. Pretty much an hour after we were up there, we got the call that they were going to start the venting sequence. For this mission, because we don't have an airlock, we had to go through a pretty novel pre-breathe protocol, where we slowly decreased cabin pressure over the first 45 hours of the mission and raised the oxygen concentration to start denitrogenating our system. So what's really interesting about this is, not only are we launching into space and going through these early adaptations that happen to the human body as you're in space, but now you're also climbing a mountain on top of that as you slowly kind of descend, or you reduce your oxygen as you go down in pressure. So it was some really interesting, almost mountaineering sensations and experiences stacked on top of space adaptation. But we started that process, and all the venting was going well. And then on flight day 2, we actually did the first on-orbit pressurized checkout dry run of the EVA and the suits. So Jared and I got fully suited up, pressurizing in the suits, and went through a lot of the motions inside the spacecraft to understand whether we had missed anything in training, if there was nuances or differences that we really needed to understand before we could go outside. I think this was super interesting for both of us. There is no true pure analog for how you can train the microgravity environment. We came up with a really novel suspension system for training this particular spacewalk at SpaceX. And I would say that got us like 95% of the way there. But when we first suited up, there are just differences where you have unconstrained freedom of movement. And it was this really interesting opportunity to learn how we needed to move and what it would actually be like to move around in the spacecraft in these pressurized suits. So Anna and Kid kind of provided direction for all the motions we needed to do, capturing footage of this. We discovered some things about certain things, like climbing out from under the displays was actually much easier in microgravity. We discovered some things that we needed to have different strategies for reaching seat restraints based on what we learned up there. So it was a really useful test on flight day 2 prior to stepping into the EVA operation. Then finally on flight day 3, once we had completed our pre-breathe protocol up until that point, we all got suited. We actually spent a long time configuring the capsule ahead of that to make sure everything was constrained, put away, nothing would be leaving the spacecraft with us. And then we all got suited up and pressurized on 100% oxygen for about 20-minute duration as the final phase of our pre-breathe before we were ready for capsule venting. I think the vent overall was probably one of the coolest experience across all 4 of us. So many sensations from as the pressure is leaving the capsule, you go through temperature changes. So as soon as the hatch was cracked, we all immediately felt the chill as the air started to leave the spacecraft. But got the hatch open. One of the things we had prepared for was that it was possible that there was too much outflow pressure from the suits that would make the hatch difficult to open via motor. And so we actually saw that. It's one of the scenarios we trained for, and we really quickly transitioned to Jared manually opening the hatch, which went just as smoothly as we had hoped, before Jared was able to then proceed outside to start the test matrix. I think we can, maybe Jared, if you want to give some of your thoughts on actually stepping outside at this point, love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, and that was Sarah, an awesome background, like bringing up the whole pre-breathe. You know, people think sometimes you just throw the helmet on and go outside like in the movies, but you know, you do that, you're probably going to be a little pain from deep. So important. Like I said, I know you and I both felt the same. Like we have a test matrix to get through. We have only so much time, you know, and really that's O2 consumable driven. You know, temperature wise was just awesome. You have a double flow cooling program, so I actually felt rather cool being outside. But I think you just go through the test matrix and try and you know, get the good data back so that, you know, informs future vehicle design. You know, the one thing I'd say is like looking at Earth was obviously very, very special, and more special than I think you could ever get outside the window because of all those extra senses. But when you look off to the side and you look out into the, you know, the darkness of space, and you see kind of your spaceship there and how gritty it looks and stuff, it gave you this sense of like, this isn't going to be easy. Like this is a hard, very threatening environment. Like it wasn't, I would describe as peaceful when you're looking out in the darkness of space. I think if anything, it was a little bit more of like, you know, if you want to be here, you're going to have to work for it. And I know when we all huddled up and talked about it and some analogies to it, you know, it was like, you know, this is probably what it was like, you know, in the 1400s and such, when you're looking across the Atlantic and am I going to go off the end of the earth? Or the simple reality is, if you don't know weather and whatnot, the ocean is dangerous, right? Or climbing a mountain. And the reality is a lot of people tried to get to the summit of Everest, and it wasn't easy because it's a hostile environment. So from my feeling of it, it's like you shouldn't interpret that that feeling of danger and unwelcomeness as a deterrent, but it's just more to rise to the challenge, just as explorers had to do throughout human history. But you know, I'd love your thoughts.
Hey, while I got you guys too, Jared, one thing on this topic is, you know, from our view, you couldn't like see any stars, right? And then when we went into eclipse, the Earth was pretty black. But I am curious, could you see all the stars, right? Were you able to see all the things? And you know, obviously you got your feeling on how it made you feel, but you know, I'm just more curious what your view was.
So for me, exiting out in darkness, there was not a lot I could see. I could absolutely see the near vicinity of the vestibule and the light in there. But once I got out, kind of looking out of the horizon, I could barely see the blue arc of the earth. And it's really interesting. Depending on the lighting conditions, you either can or cannot see stars. And it's very different and very unique at times. But for me, I think I looked out, didn't see too much, and then was like, all right, let's step into the test matrix. And I imagine, Jared, you stepping out in daylight, did you see any stars?
No, I mean, there was still a lot of light. You know, the Earth has like a lot of light and energy that just comes off. It, even as you know, we were starting to head towards eclipse. So, you know, I think that probably drowned out some of it. Now, at Kiko, we'll tell you there were some absolutely special orbits that we could recall where we had the aurora. We could see star fields out into the Milky Way. I mean, there were some impressive moments in the vehicle, but I think during the EVA, between where we were at with
went out
you
of
know,
that thing,
in our
man.
orbit, it was either the darkness of space or it was Earth, and then we were just banging through the test matrix.
Yeah, Kippy, that's right.
Anything you want to add about closing the hatch, kind of the whole repress?
Sure, yeah. So then continuing on, we were both out there for kind of the amount of time available based on our available oxygen before it was time to come back in. We did kind of inspections of all of the sealing surfaces as well as the latching striker plates and hinge mechanisms on the hatch to make sure we were good. I did see a couple kind of bulges in the hatch seal, which was totally expected and something we had also planned for and accounted for. Push them in just to make sure we would get a really good seal on the hatch. And then we did have a successful hatch motorized closure of the hatch once we were back in the vehicle. And from there, the repress sequence was really smooth. The nitrogen repress system performed exactly as expected. And I think one of my points right after we got back to the nominal environment was how perfectly we ended exactly where we had hoped for. There was some discussion of we might end up with higher oxygen and we'll have to just wait as nitrogen backfills, or we end up with too much nitrogen and refill with more oxygen. There's a lot of different paths the atmosphere can end up on, but it was like spot on accuracy for what we had hoped for environmental parameters before we were able to depress the suits and come out. I think many people were curious about whether we could actually smell space in any capacity and what that smelled like. And I think between the bake out of our spacecraft in vacuum ahead of this mission, there was not a lot left. And so actually when we repressed the spacecraft, it smelled pristine. It was in very, very fresh air in the spacecraft. So maybe that's kind of the overview of the spacewalk, unless anybody wants to add some other thoughts.
So freaking cool.
So we had a lot of science and research to go through, and that's what we filled our time with in between the gaps. So Anna, maybe you could take us through some of that, and then even go into, you know, kind of your what you did with your book you authored.
Sure thing. All right, so the science and research, we packed our 5-day schedule with about 40 science and research experiments. So every moment that we weren't executing on one of those other major mission objectives, we were executing science and research pretty much. So there's a lot to learn for a future where you have thousands of people living in space. And so we tackled a lot of that learning as a part of this science. When you think about it, we were all born into 1G. And so when you go into 0G, lots of things change. There's bone density loss, there's vision issues, there's severe motion sickness, and we don't have answers to all of that. So it was really important to gather data from that. And I tell you, when we entered microgravity for the first time, we got on orbit, I got to experience that adaptation to space firsthand, and it impressed upon me even more the importance of gathering this data. If we want this future where there are thousands of people living in space, it is critical that we learn as much as we can to get there. So let me talk through some of the highlights from these science experiments. Like I mentioned, there are a lot of changes to the eyes that happen in space. So if you think of a future where we take a 9-month mission to Mars, you land on the surface of Mars, vision changes in astronauts. If you get there, you can no longer read your procedures, you can no longer do your work effectively because your vision has changed so significantly. That's a problem. So we tackled in a number of our experiments these vision changes to better understand the mechanisms behind them, what's going on, and try to learn from it. So for example, we wore these contact lenses that measure the intraocular pressure in our eyes and allow us to gather continuous data over extended periods of time, inspecting that intraocular pressure. So when you get into space, there are fluid shifts, the pressure inside your head and thus your eyes increases, and that pushes, oftentimes creates kind of a flattening of your eye in the back, and it changes things like your axial length. So when we were gathering this data, we were able to inspect over different time points, you know, when is this axial length changing? How dramatically is it changing? Um, and, you know, historically on space flights, people have been able to gather specific time points of eye data. So you might gather a time point at launch plus 30 days, for example. But this allowed us data over extended periods of time, for example, 8 hours, to really see how our bodies and our eyes especially are adapting to microgravity. So that was super neat. Another thing we tackled was a lot of ultrasounds. So we had multiple ultrasound varieties that were really portable. One was a butterfly ultrasound, and another was an ultrasound that allowed us. It was a novel three-dimensional ultrasound device that allowed us the ability to inspect the optic nerve sheath. So this, as a part of those eye changes that happen in space, one of the things that the measurements that helps us better understand it is the optic nerve sheath, but it's often hard to measure and hard to get great images of. So this novel three-dimensional scan was a great, really easy to use and got great images really effectively. And it was built by a team of researchers. And so we put that to the test, got optic nerve sheath images over the course of time. And so we'll be excited to learn what the researchers see from that. But then we also used that other ultrasound probe I mentioned, the butterfly ultrasound, to inspect some other things. We looked at the bladder, we looked at the internal jugular vein, and some other areas to really see, you know, what are these changes that are happening to the blood flow in the body when you're in a microgravity environment, and what are the changes to your bladder and how its ability to process urine. So it was a great compilation of ultrasound imaging that we'll be sending back to the researchers to learn more. Then another experiment we did was something that inspected our airways. So airway interventions are one of the key pieces of an immediate emergency response here on Earth and our hospitals. We fortunately have never needed an airway intervention in spaceflight yet. But if you think to a future where there's thousands of people living on the surface of Mars, it's only a matter of time before an airway intervention is needed. So historically also, there has not been any imaging of airways in microgravity. And so it became clear that it's important to understand that environment, see if there are things like swelling happening there that could really change one's ability to respond appropriately in emergency when we need that sort of intervention down the road. So we did the first imaging of an airway through an endoscope in flight. Kit and I both stuck basically a camera or an endoscope down our nose through into our airways to get video of our airways to see if there's that swelling, and then we repeated that both before flight and post flight, to really compare those environments. And then finally, one more note that I'll touch on is a Tempest Pro experiment that we did. This experiment is something called, it's basically an ambulance in a box. It provides all sorts of diagnostic capabilities to support a patient in the environment of space. So things like vital sign monitoring, 12-lead ECG, as well as ultrasound are all provided by this box. But the extra neat thing about it is that it has Wi-Fi capabilities. So we were using it to also test the Starlink network, which is another major mission objective of our flight. And if you think to a future, if you can connect this device to the Wi-Fi and beam that back to Earth, the neat thing is that you can have experts on the ground real time looking at this data that's being collected by your crew in orbit and providing direct, immediate responses as to where to go in response to any sort of maladies that the crews are experiencing. So that's a brief glimpse of the full gamut of the research that we tackled as a part of this mission. And honestly, the research hasn't ended. We have continued to collect data over the last 48 hours. We've been here since Splashdown, and we'll be continuing to collect a bit more in the days to come. So it's an action-packed set of work, and we'll be really thrilled to see what the researchers are able to do with the data.
That's awesome. Anna, do you want to also just go right into that really cool book reading?
Yeah, sure. So on flight day 2, I had the privilege of reading a book I co-authored named Kisses from Space. So Kisses from Space is the story of a mama dragon, and it is the story of her journey to space, and is the story of the power of love to overcome any distance. I
Curious thing.
co-authored the story with Carrie Vosick, and it is illustrated beautifully by Andy Hartness, and it was published by Random House. And I when I was thinking about going to this far distance from Earth, it became clear to me that I wanted to find a way to be able to connect with my kids back here on Earth during that time, and in creating this book enabled that for me. So, but something else that I really loved about this book was that it it was able to raise funds and awareness for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. As a part of this mission endeavor, we have raised over $250 million for St. Jude, and this book will continue to contribute to that. All of the proceeds from the co-creators go to this hospital and the important work that they do. So this on-orbit reading that we did, it was to my children, as well as some of the brave patients of St. Jude, and the book that flew with me to space will be auctioned off after flight for the benefit of St. Jude as well. So it was a really special moment to get to connect with some really great kids back here on Earth, and it will continue to do great work for St. Jude in the future.
That's awesome, Anna. And that wasn't like our only like important communication undertaking during the mission. We also tested out Starlink laser links. Sarah, if you want to take us through that.
Sure. So one of our big mission objectives was actually testing out Starlink connectivity to the spacecraft. And I want to give a huge shout out to the entire Starlink team. This mission was not just about Dragon and about Falcon. It really required the entire SpaceX team. And this is in a number of ways. Both when you consider our orbit, we were flying through the Starlink constellation twice every orbit. So the entire Starlink team had to be a part of this because the Dragon's vehicle knowledge was actually available to the Starlink spacecraft, so they could avoid us as needed while we were on orbit. But that meant that there were GNC engineers for the Starlink team that were supporting 24 hours a day, monitoring our trajectories and watching our progress. But then also, you're now sending information over a beam of light to the spacecraft and from the spacecraft. And these are both spacecrafts, the satellite and Dragon, that are traveling at orbital velocities. So it's an incredible technology development. I think it is, we all experienced how much of a game changer it could be to have information share so easily with mission control. There was so much learning done because of Starlink being accessible on this mission. I think it's certainly for me one of the highlights of what came out of this mission for the future of spaceflight. But this was obviously one of our big mission objectives, was testing out this link for the first time. And there are, I mean, frankly, communication and connectivity is something that can transform the world. When you think about telemedicine, access to education, these are things that if there is equitable access, you can change the world. And so it was incredibly important to us to share a message that could unite people and bring people together in the way that this technology can do. So I did have an opportunity to play a violin in space. It's one of my favorite perfect memories up there, seeing a wooden violin floating in this incredible 21st century spacecraft. The kind of the best imagery though for me is the people in front of me that are actually capturing it, floating around, chaos swirling around them with the cameras, trying to capture these views. It was so much fun to try and record music inside the spacecraft. I will also say it was a huge amount of work for the SpaceX team to actually enable a violin to go to space. Every single thing in our spacecraft had to be baked out prior to the mission. And go through extensive testing to be qualified to support the vacuum. And so we did have to put violins into the vacuum chamber and then into toxicity testing to understand how much material was left that could off gas on the instrument. We had to actually fly a short bow. So I was playing with a quarter size bow because we couldn't fit the full length bow. We had to be very careful about how much rosin flew. It was very specifically measured. We quantified exactly how much was needed to actually make sound. So we weren't bringing more rosin, which could be dangerous than necessary. There were so many pieces that were
So
required
cool,
to
dude.
actually make this work and make it happen.
That's awesome.
And what was really cool is we actually played it before the EVA and then we played it after. And the final recordings were actually done after the EVA, after the violin had survived through the vacuum of space, gone on that spacewalk with us, and then we were able to do that performance. It was so interesting to be able to play an instrument in space. When you're shifting on the violin strings, you have to move your hand a certain distance. And if you get that wrong, your intonation is off, you mess up the note, it's the wrong pitch. But as I was playing, the whole instrument is now moving. And so there was so many instances where you're just like trying to keep it still enough that you can actually play successfully. So it was a really fun challenge. I think there's some hopefully good footage of the chaos of it trying to be captured as well. But it's absolutely one of my personal highlights from the mission.
I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us, Sarah, when I say you look like a total pro, and like you had it the whole time, and it was the sweetest thing ever. So, well done on that end. You made the image that we visualized in Starship come reality, which is super freaking cool, man.
Thanks, Kiko. Yeah, I don't think I could have picked a piece that meant more to me. I'm so incredibly grateful to John Williams that he allowed us to play Ray's theme from space. I think for so many space fans, it's the music that sparks your imagination and that creates all of these worlds that inspire imagination. So it was incredibly special to be able to have that music with us on this flight.
Yeah, Sarah, you nailed it. Well, I think we'll go back to Kid to just take us through, what recovery and Splashdown was like, and a little bit of our life here over the last 2 days, which is kind of crazy to think because it feels like it's been a little bit longer. And then I think we've got some Q&A.
Jared, we did get Stu is also on now. I just saw. I think we got him. Stu, you there?
Hey guys.
Hey, Stu.
Great to chat with you.
So last but not least, we had to come home. We dedicated these 5 days to commit as much time, effort, and energy into doing the science and research, but eventually it was time to come home and reunite with the team and the families. There's a lot of preparation that went into the morning of recovery, just getting everything organized because, you're living in this zero-G environment and things like to float. So that was certainly a challenge and a lot of lessons learned on how to function in a zero-G environment. But once we were strapped in our seats, in our suits, we started the reentry process. And just like I commented about liftoff, having the experience of Jared to highlight those key milestones throughout the phase of that flight, that portion of the flight, really helped us out in anticipation of some of these events, like cloth separation. When those pyros fired, it was a pretty good thump, followed by trunk separation, which was even a bigger thump. And at that point, we're committed. So we started the reentry burn, and as we experience these, it's a testament to the team getting us trained right for these experiences. So we could anticipate and be prepared for what we were going to experience. Perfect example is, you're at zero G and you're deconditioned. From being on Earth, you're sitting at 1G. Up there, your zero Gs. It's just you're not using your muscles, ligaments, or tendons. You're simply just floating around with simple movements. And as you're deconditioned, you start to sense these positive Gs again. It's really difficult on the body, and it's it's only reinforces my opinion as far as what is valid training, and the centrifuge find these profiles in the centrifuge was huge. Even for someone who's flown fighter jets for over 20 years, it's a really critical element of our training. So we're very thankful to have these opportunities. Once we started that reentry process, things that were notable that we've kind of discussed is, we hit the blackout phase and the plasma started to cover the capsule, and it was just this pink hue that was kind of encapsulating the windows, and that only progressed into these flames, and it was just the most mesmerizing view of that phase. And unfortunately, there's only so much you can enjoy of it because of those G sensations. We ended up you end up pulling about 4.5 Gs, but from someone who's used to pulling 9 Gs in a fighter jet, this was a very, very intense part of the flight. Just because of that deconditioning and the durations that you experience, these 4.5 plus Gs. It's a good 6-7 minutes long. It's difficult to breathe. It's just pretty intense, but that's the nature of the business as far as the reentry of the altitude that we started at, and reaching Mach 27 on the reentry phase. But thankfully, again, a testament to the team. The drogue chutes popped out, and that was another good thump, followed by the chutes. We had a pretty good view of that on the displays. And a lot of reassurance, not only in the capsule, but everyone on the ground as well. And it was just a nice, easy float on down to the water at Splashdown, and the professionals on the recovery ship went to work to get us on board within, it felt like max of 30 minutes. And then the science and research started immediately, literally walked off. You guys probably saw the footage from the telecast. We went into a medical bay and they started the test right away. And that's critical. That's what's kind of unique about our mission is the accessibility that we provided in order to get this science and research accomplished. Some other examples is an MRI scan of our brain. Typically, those are done days after, based on resources and accessibility to the astronauts. But based on the profile that we had set up and the awesome team that ran our science and research program, shout out to those guys to make it happen. We were in a MRI machine within hours of splashdown to get those critical images right away, which is more or less the conditions and environment we were experiencing on orbit. So that's invaluable data that we're going to continue to dissect and analyze. And it still continues to this day. We're over 48 hours past splashdown, and we're pricking our fingers every couple hours, even during this call, to get the blood samples necessary to get the data that is going to be critical for future flights. Because just like Anna talked about, we selected these experiments based on identifying challenges associated with long duration space flight, because this is not the final chapter. This is just, come to the conclusion of Polaris Dawn, but there's going to be many missions in the future that's going to help us further space exploration.
Hey, thanks, kid, for taking us through Splashdown. I just wanted to kick it back over to SpaceX leadership team. If you guys had any words, and then we'll do some Q&A while we got a little time left.
Hey, Jared, I can start. Really great to chat with you all. It was awesome to see reentry and splashdown a couple nights ago here. That's obviously the most important part of the mission for everyone. Getting you guys safe back on Earth and to your families is top importance. But it was awesome to chat through all the mission objectives today. You all nailed it up there. Absolutely nailed it. And it was amazing to be a part of the team on the ground and watching you through each phase of the mission. So happy to be chatting today with everyone safe and sound. But this mission was totally badass. And yeah, just wanted to congratulate you all on a successful flight.
That's Stu Keach talking.
Yeah, I just want to say, this is John. I just wanted to say thank you guys for pushing us.
I don't know.
I think it's really important, and it's one of our core values at SpaceX to keep pushing the envelope, keep pushing ourselves, And in doing so, it kind of forces us to innovate and be creative and develop new technology that'll be useful in the future. And I think your mission particularly really pushed the envelope and pushed us. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Yeah, and I'll maybe just close with, I had the privilege to spend a lot of time with your families while you guys were, going through the pre-launch prep and then when you were on orbit. And, we talk about you being champions, your families were actually also incredible champions. And were extremely supportive and were so thankful for us. And it was a privilege and honor, not only to just work with you guys, but to be side by side with them and to get to know them. It hit home for me personally, watching you guys say goodbye and then also saying hello again. It makes all the hard work worth it. So thank you to you and your families for your trust.
Hey, yeah, Kiko, John, Stu, thanks for all the great words. Look, this is human spaceflight is not routine. We all know the grand goal, and a mission like this with so many objectives, like it's they don't go perfect. Like there's a lot of things leading up to the mission. There's a lot of things on orbit, and we have like 100% complete confidence, like the transparency of what's going on and when, the information that gets funneled up to us, or when we were here on the ground discussing in meetings, like you feel like you literally have the brightest minds in the world that are highly focused on achieving our objectives and then just moving the ball forward. So again, just an expression of sincere appreciation. And I think with that, I know we probably don't have ton of time. Maybe we can go a little bit long. Let's do some Q&A, Snap.
Good snap. That's John Krause, man. If Snap decides to snap. John, hello?
Hey, Felix, Rook, com check. Felix, Rook, com check.
Jared, he may have, I don't see him on anymore. Stu or John, do you guys have any questions? Otherwise, I can ask one.
I got a question for Sarah. I'm also a musician, and seeing your performance in space just like blew my mind. It was so awesome. But I was curious, did the violin sound different to you? I know you said you had a shorter bow, and it was probably kind of more challenging to hold in position. But also just thinking about the pressure in the capsule and whether or not it, just curious if it sounded different to you in any way.
That's a great question. I would say it not too much. I did have to retune a bunch of times to make sure I was actually maintaining intonation. And we also intentionally planned it between capsule vents so we wouldn't have any pitch shift during the actual recording. Playing with a shorter bow is obviously not going to produce the same tone. So it was maybe more muted than it would have otherwise been on a full-size bow. But largely it just sounded like a beautiful wooden instrument in that spacecraft.
Right. I had a question for Jared. Kid talked about the pink hue of reentry and the plasma around the capsule. If I remember correctly, your reentry on Inspiration 4 was during the day as opposed to at night. Can you talk about the sensation differences, and did you still see that pink hue on Inspiration 4, and how is it different on Polaris Dawn reentry?
Hey, Stu. Yeah, we were actually talking about that, during reentry amongst the crew up there. That you could, it was night and day difference, quite literally. The entire capsule was initially glowing orange. Like it was it was much more notable, and starting at around 100 kilometers. So in Inspiration 4, I feel like it was in that 70 kilometer range when we started to see like the fluorescent lights, but they were streaky. they were only occasionally kind of zorching past the windows versus,
Discovery,
you
going
know,
throttle
almost
up.
nearly at 100 kilometers, the vehicle was glowing orange. And then as we got into like
Station.
that, you know, 60, 70
Sorry.
kilometer regime, you started to see some of the fluorescence as well. But no, it was much it was a much cooler show. You probably saw we turned the lights down in the cabin to get a better view on the way down.
That's pretty cool. I do want to say we're still doing data review, obviously, but you all deorbited from an apogee of right around 460 kilometers, which is at the edge of the design space that Dragon was designed for. So I think you all experienced the highest energy reentry that Dragon 2 has ever seen. And so the team is really excited to go do the detailed inspections of the thermal protection system and all of the parts of the heat shield and the exterior of the capsule. And it's going to be great data to understand kind of what looks different there for the additional heat load that we saw.
Yeah, super cool, Stu. We're super interested in that data as well, and kind of excited about the debriefs that are coming up. But that's awesome. It just unlocks more capabilities for Dragon, right? I think we'll give Felix another shot here. So Felix, Rook, Comcheck.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful.
Fire away with your question, man.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to Earth, Jared, Scott, Sarah, and Anna. What a truly amazing mission, and thank you for taking the time out of your day here to talk all about it here on X. As mentioned a few days ago, Starlink was at times used as an alternative as mission control comms. So this question's for Jared. How did the connection and communications compare to when you went up with Inspiration 4? Thank you so much.
I think we would all be united in saying that the Starlink connectivity for mission support purposes was unbelievable. You know, when you've got commercial missions up there, they aren't the highest priority for, you know, TDRS and ground stations. And I'd say like on kind of the traditional infrastructure, I mean, we'll find out in the debrief, but I bet it's like somewhere in the 70% comm coverage range. So having Starlink, you know, along with like, you know, two brilliant SpaceX engineers in the crew that have, you know, connectivity back to their, you know, their coworkers in mission control was just unreal, unreal access. So it's a great question. I mean, clearly this is going to be part of the future of human spaceflight when you've got armadas of starships up there.
And Felix, maybe just like one little analogy, there were times when we were having issues with a procedure or something like that. And instead of going back and forth on comm to try and triage, we would just FaceTime and we could get the answers immediately from the support team on how to solve the issue, resolve the issue, and then go from there. So
You gotta
it
be
was
kidding me.
such a cool tool to assist with mission execution.
Dude. That's actually super neat. Pro Pilot. Hey, thanks for the raid, man. Going on, aviators? Oh,
okay, we're gonna try and bring up the next
Mr. Gibbons rating. Gibbo, what's up, man? Dude, we're in a we're listening to an X Spaces post-flight press conference with the Inspiration 4 crew. Thankfully, they're giving me a little bit of dead air to talk right now. This has been super, super cool. If you guys didn't know, Inspiration 4 was a 5-day all-commercial mission to space that took place last week that involved the first commercial EVA. It was wild, man. Did I say Inspiration 4? Yeah, Polariston. Sorry.
Okay, Will Robinson Smith, Comcheck.
Flight now.
Loud and clear.
I need more coffee.
We have you loud and clear.
Anyway,
Great.
thanks for the raid, boys.
Thanks
I
so much again
appreciate it.
for taking the time to do this with us. Question, I suppose, for you, Jared and Stu, in the and Sarah as well. In the learning that was gathered from the spacewalk this time around, and some of the things you're looking forward to, looking ahead to the second Polaris mission, what are some of the things you want to see in the evolution of the suit by that next flight? If you've already started thinking about what you want to have that element look like in the demonstration capacity. Thanks.
Over to you, Stu.
I think one of the biggest things that we were talking about throughout the mission is how much preparation is required to get into the EVA. So as soon as the capsule got to space, we vented the atmosphere and started through the pre-breathe protocol. And then even before the EVA on the webcast, you all saw some waiting time prior to opening the hatch where we're flowing pure oxygen to wash out the nitrogen inside the suit. So I think one of the things we've talked about with the Polaris team and with the spacesuit team at SpaceX is kind of the holy grail of spacesuits is that zero pre-breathed suit where you have to make no modifications to the atmosphere and you just put your suit on and you pressurize it and vent the capsule down and open the hatch, or step into the airlock and open the airlock hatch. So I think the next evolution of the suit, we certainly have some data review to go. We have to get the full debrief from Jared and Sarah, Kit, and Anna. Since this was a 4-person spacewalk, everyone was exposed there. So a lot of great data to get there, but I suspect something to improve the operational flexibility of the suit and the operation as a whole is going to be part of the next block upgrade for SpaceX.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Seeley, ComCheck.
ComCheck, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, so I just want to congratulate the team. This was just a magnificent mission. It was such a joy to be adjacent to. I have a very specific question for Sarah. So the performance was great, and even some of the most sort of cold-hearted people who were only just sort of space adjacent were really wrapped into the passion of the performance. So I just have a very specific question. What happens to this space-flown violin now? Will you be able to play it just like you always have? Does it go on a shelf someplace? Yeah, what's the history or the future of this violin?
Good question.
That's a great question. I would love to play it again. I hope we're reunited soon on Earth. But actually, this instrument is going to get auctioned off for St. Jude. So ultimately, it will hopefully benefit the great work they are doing there. So
Good call.
if you're interested, I know stay tuned for some of the items that will get auctioned off.
Who we bring up next?
Oh God, check the bank account. That's great, man. They raised $250 million for St. Jude from this mission. That's fantastic.
And we just sent out a request to Jack Byer.
Hey, there's my boy. Yak.
Hey, Jack, Rook, ComCheck.
Jack, don't frick it up.
Jack, Rook, ComCheck, and unmute.
Me, 1, 2, 3.
All right, loud and clear. Go with your question.
Yeah, congratulations, as everyone has been saying.
That's my
absolutely
buddy.
Phenomenal mission. It really felt just amazing. I can imagine what it was like back in the Apollo and Gemini days. I have an annoying question. This is a post-mission briefing. You guys just got done with this mission, so I'm just going to preface this by saying this is probably annoying, and I apologize. But the question is, this was so amazing. You proved that you could do this. Any sort of inkling into what you were thinking of doing with Polaris next? We would love to know what's going to happen on Polaris 2 or 3 or anything. I mean, we've given us sort of broad outlines in the past, but any more specific details would be amazing. I hate to be the guy that's like, hey, you just did this amazing thing. What else are you going to do? But the question is burning and I have to ask it. And thank you again for doing everything that you've done. It's truly outstanding.
Yeah, look, I get it. But I'll tell you the answer is it goes kind of hand in hand with what we're doing right now, right? So we always said Polaris 2 would build off of what we learned from Polaris Dawn, and we still got to go through all of the data from this mission. There's a lot of debriefs. Stu pointed out before they've got to do an extensive data review off of everything we got from the EVA suit. So that's the whole thing we got to do now, right? We're going to engage publicly too and share the what we experienced on this mission, because that's always one of the obligations of human spaceflight. But, when we put like the mission hat back on, we've got to debrief, we've got to learn from this. And based on what we learned, then it becomes, what's in the realm of possible to build on this for the next mission. So, we'll be excited about it when we're ready to have that conversation. We'll certainly share at some point, but yeah, for now, and it's probably an equally annoying answer back to you. Like we got to stay on mission until it's done.
No, that's not annoying at all. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of more work to be done just to analyze all of the data that you guys have pulled and all of the science and everything you've learned about Dragon and the suits. So thank you once again. Really appreciate everything you guys have done, and just keep it up. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Okay. So Brooke Edwards, ComCheck.
Hey, Rook, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for doing this. Congratulations on the great mission. Anyway, I think this might be more for Stu or Kiko, but I was wondering, what is the next big milestone you want to see with the EVA suit?
I just messaged Jack. I go, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Few steps that we want to see. Certainly, we want enhanced mobility. We want the operational flexibility to reduce the pre-breathe protocol so that it's easier to enter and exit vacuum. I think another thing that goes without saying is in the future on the moon and Mars and for future surface suits, we need a backpack or some type of portable life support system, and you can't always be tethered to either your vehicle or rover or your habitat there. So part of what that entails is using a liquid cooling garment and having a full recoverable system for that life support backpack. The Apollo suits and the EMU suit up on ISS and all of those kind of independent life support suits utilize a liquid cooling garment versus the open loop gas flow that we used on the Polaris Dawn mission. So I would suspect that a block upgrade would be some combination of all of those, perhaps a higher pressure capable suit, some mobility enhancements based on the feedback from the crew when we get through data review. And then whether it's the next iteration or one after that, I think we need to continue along that roadmap of being more efficient with consumables towards that true like independent suit that we'll need someday when we're on the surface of Mars.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yes, success. Nice.
Abby, Rook, ComCheck.
I hear you 5x5. How me?
Loud and clear.
All right, great. Well, first of all, congratulations to all of you. I think, the whole world was excited by what you did. I especially wanted to say congratulations to Anna and Sarah. And my question is for the two of them. As SpaceX employees, I'm sure you wanted to go into space probably for a long time before starting at SpaceX, and your family probably knew about that. My question for you, if you're willing to share, for folks like your parents, if they're still around, or your siblings, what did they say to you after you came back down, having accomplished this, awesome thing, if you're willing to share?
I think for me, this is Anna. My family was just thrilled to have me back. I think they, like you said, they knew that this was a dream of mine from a very young age, and they've also been a part of the journey to be a part of NASA and SpaceX's missions and contribute as a part of those teams. And so I think, they've been along for the ride for all of these years, and I think they were thrilled to see the work that the teams accomplished together through this, and then thrilled to have me home.
Yeah, I think similar sentiment for my family. It's frankly the harder job. Our parents are here on the ground. Our families were here waiting for us to get home and following along in the mission. So they were really doing the hardest work during the mission, and coming home and giving them the biggest hug as soon as we got off the helicopter was such a highlight to be able to hold them again. And I think they were all so happy and so equally inspired with everything that had happened. I think it was a journey following along here as well. But just very, very grateful to see them and hold them and have them back with us.
Thanks. Congratulations again.
Scott Schilke, Rook Comcheck. And you go to unmute, Scott.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. And congratulations to the entire team. Can
I just say that Rook is managing this press conference and also like a panelist in the press conference, and he's doing a damn good job at that. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute this guy's question, but
how was it on gripping on the handholds, getting your foot into the footholds, and bending, twisting, using like a screwdriver? How was that compared to how you trained?
Freaking legend right there.
Hey, great question. Thanks. I think overall the performances.
Hey, you dropped the mic. Gotta get EVA shots now.
Maybe. Oh, awesome. Sorry, I got distracted by the sound. I think overall the suit performed nearly identical to in the initial pressurization when we didn't have as large of a delta on the suit. Movement seemed really, really easy, easier than in the gravity environment on Earth. But then as we got to full pressure in the suits, it was pretty much exactly the same. We have really good rotation. Bending joints were phenomenal. I think there's more to learn on the foot mobility aid design. We were able to engage our feet, but I think there's a lot of improvements that can be made for future hands-free kind of securing of the feet. But overall, like, huge shout out to the suits team. Brilliant engineers at SpaceX that have been working on the suit for the last couple of years, and it performed spectacularly. These were our little spaceships for the duration of the spacewalk. And it was an immense honor to get to test them out in, space.
Nuts that actually is.
I concur completely. I think that in a lot of ways it was either exactly the same as we trained. You know, there were a couple things that were even better, and then I think some areas like, you know, we knew that foot restraint would, you know, was going to be a coin toss, and that was one that could have, you know, probably could be better. But, you know, in terms of our objectives for it, we got everything that was needed. Okay, we're going to go to the last question to Joey Roulette, and that'll be our final question today for the Spaces.
Joey Blackjack, what do you got, buddy?
Joey Comcheck.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Cool. I guess this one's either for Sarah or Jared or maybe Stu. Do you guys plan to use these spacesuits on the moon under the Artemis program? I know there's a lot of talk about, you know, having these eventually go on the moon or Mars, but I'm just curious what it'll take to actually get there and whether you plan to work with NASA on that in the future.
Yeah, it's a good question. So for the Artemis program for HLS in particular, SpaceX is making the IVA suits. So the crew will wear suits that look very similar to what we currently use in Dragon. In fact, it will likely utilize technologies from our current IVA suits and the EVA suit from Polaris. So kind of playing to what Jared was talking about, that this whole mission is a springboard to develop technologies that'll feed into future projects and programs. SpaceX certainly has its own goals to get humanity to the moon and Mars. So at this point, we are not explicitly building the suits for the surface of the moon for the Artemis program, but we recognize that for Mars someday, we will need that. So I suspect that the technologies, especially for mobility that were demonstrated in the EVA this past week, are going to be hugely important for understanding exactly what that surface suit will look like someday.
Thanks.
All right. Hey, we're going to wrap this up. Look, just a massive expression of love and appreciation for everyone that kind of followed along our mission and cheered us on. We're really grateful. And as I mentioned, it's an important obligation for us to kind of share our experiences from this mission with all of you and get people excited about humankind's, you know, future among the stars. So thank you. Take care.
That was pretty good, man. Anyway, Mr. Gibbons, Pro Pilot, thank you for the raid, everybody. I appreciate it. Sorry, there's no way to pause those X Spaces conferences, so sorry about that. I do apologize. Guys, Mr. Gibbons is a great streamer. Pro Pilot, I actually don't know you, if you're still here. Hi.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Van, what's going on? Pro Pilot, I'm gonna go out on a limb. Forgive me for presuming, but I'm gonna guess you were playing Flight Simulator. Jeez, look at all these resubs. Hey, human, I just saw your KSP modding video. Can I get in? Can I do modeling and texturing good and wanna? Can I get in? I can do modeling and texturing good and want to get back into modding KSP. Human, if you want to texture stuff, man, I'll think about it, dude. Oi! Bob. Does Bob look like the kind of person that would resub to this stream? No, it's Dave. Hello there. What's up, Bob? Merry Subiversary. What's up, man? Basically, now we just need to encourage them to go to Mars. Yep. Sarah Gillis violin vid with sound. I can't listen to it with sound. I will get destroyed by John Williams. He will come and Kalima Shakti De me. Yeah, we can't do that. Fortunately. Just in from work, old bean. Nice. You'll never be able to go to Disney again. Worth it to meet the man. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get graped by Disney and John Williams. I don't want to do that. That would not make me comfortable. I don't think John Williams is the problem. It's the mouse. Oh boy, better give me money. Why don't you stop playing my music or I'll come over there. You shut your mouth before I put my foot in it. Oh boy. Am I dead now? Sorry. How cool was Max and D's shots of reentry? Pat was awesome. I am constantly humbled. Like, Jack just asked that question to Rook, right? Like, I'm not trying to take away from Max and D. Like, this is the point that I'm getting at. Jack just asked that question to Rook, and I'm like, I get some nasty imposter syndrome sometimes. I'm like, oh man, I know that guy. Like, I get super excited, to work with. There's some real talent at NSF. Max and D are great photographers, and I get to work with some pretty cool people, if I do say so myself. I get to work with some pretty talented folks, and it's amazing. It really I'm kind of taken aback at times. I'm like, huh. Wow, hey, I know that guy. He's talking to the guy he's talking to the other guy. I don't know that guy, but I know the guy that's asking a question. That's pretty cool. It's very humbling. It's good stuff. It should be fine, EJ, as long as you don't have a food allergy and stay away from Disney-owned restaurants. Excuse me, Mr. EJ, you are a big deal these days. You added the talent. Don't do yourself down or I will send Mickey for you. Oh boy. Oh boy. How's Titan doing? You notice how I called the Polaris Dawn capsule the Inspiration 4 capsule a second ago? I mean, to be fair, it is the Inspiration 4 capsule. But, yeah. Titan something was wrong. And here's the thing about having a dog. If something's wrong, they can't tell you what's wrong. So you have to figure it out. And let's just say I spent the better part of my night trying to figure out what was wrong. Yeah. He had some type of tummy ache or something last night, guys. Like, something. I don't know. I took him out to go to the bathroom when I leave stream like I usually do. Went to the bathroom and, I went, settled in, slept, got about an hour of sleep before he was pawing at me. Something was up, dude. Something was weird. So I was like, what's wrong? And he was just pawing at me when we were sleeping up on the bed. So I'm like, he doesn't do this unless something is wrong. Like, Titan's pretty good in that matter. He's gotten a lot better over the last couple of months. Like everybody was saying 3 months, and here we are 3 months in. He'll tell you exactly what's going on. Like, not exactly, but if something's wrong, he'll let you know. Like if he has to go to the bathroom, he will come up and he'll make a bark at you, but it's not a bark, it's like a woof. It's different. You learn to listen for the different tones in the barks, but he was like whining, like putting his paw on me and going, "No, hey, master, it's human, something's wrong, and I don't know what it is." So I got maybe about 30 minutes of sleep, and then I took him outside and he went to the bathroom again. And, probably spent about 30 minutes outside at like 2, 3 in the morning. Then I took him inside, got settled in, turned on, Pole Barn. I think I was watching Pole Barn Garage last night or something. And 30 minutes later, same thing. Hey, something's wrong. So now it's like 3 in the morning, and I took him outside again. He peed again, no poop or nothing. Only pooped once at the beginning of the night, I guess. And then I brought him in again. And at 4 in the morning, same thing. I'm like, dude, this is not good. This is not good. Wookie, Wookie, exactly. You got to hear the tones. So I took him outside, and he started chasing bunnies at like 4 in the morning. So I put him on the leash that we have in the backyard, run around for like 30 minutes just chasing bunnies. And I'm just sitting there going, oh, this is gonna end so bad for me. And after like 30 minutes of him playing with bunnies, I'm like, dude, I'm going inside. He just kind of looked at me like, why are you going inside, human? I am playing with bunnies. And I'm like, dude, you need to get the frick inside, like right now. And yeah. And then I flipped on some older episodes of Grand Tour because, copium. And I probably didn't get to bed. Like, he wanted to play after that, and I wouldn't allow it, so he just kind of sat there whining at me until he fell asleep. And I fell asleep probably at 6 in the morning. And then Bree got up at 7:30 because she had to go to work. So there's that. And then the dog jumped up on my door at like 8 a.m. because he was hanging around with Bree, and then he decided he wanted to go back to sleep. So he jumped up on the door, crashed through it, opened it up because he can open doors because, of course, to the bedroom. And jumped on the bed and just put his head right on me. I mean, it was kind of cute, but not after that night. Not after that night. So, like, cumulatively, guys, I maybe got like 2 to 3 hours of sleep. Maybe. So, you know, that's good. Didn't really plan on doing that. My sleep schedule is still kind of messed up from Inspiration 4. So I was trying to go to sleep at a reasonable hour, but that didn't happen. I ended up making it way worse and going to bed at like 6, but that was because of the dog. But, you know, I woke up, took him outside before the stream today. It was fine, so. I thought you were talking about Ocean Gate for a minute. Doggy hugs for Titan. No. Oh, that's my dog. So, you know, there's that. Good prep for kids, I guess. Sure. Jeez. Yeah, I'm just not really with it right now. Coffee. Yeah, Super Fragger. Repost. Do you want the full recording of the whole Polaris space? About 60 megabytes. Nah, Dad, I got all the information I needed. I told Jack, if you guys didn't hear it, I sent him a message. I go, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. All right. Satisfactory time, huh? Let's do it. I don't know. I don't know if I got a space news in me today, dudes. We'll see. Let's just title this stream "The Factory Must Grow," and we'll go with it. Let me switch over the titles to the streams. Oh, EJ, coffee stains was, can't read. Whew, okay. Coffee Stain was live streaming before you started. Eventually something will come to Satisfactory, and a dev made a Stargate reference. It actually made me happy. Very Stargate Atlantis like were his exact words. Oh, neat. Cool. We could call it the Fargate, dude. Call it the Fargate. Goes far, get it? There's no way it came from that movie or the syndicated series based on the movie. But yeah, Inspiration 4 is baller, man. It's such a cool mission. I still think Inspiration 4. I did it again. Polaris Dawn is a great mission, dude. It's a crazy mission, and Polaris 2 is going to be even crazier. That was my stuff that just shut off, by the way. Aqua Teen reference detected. Yeah. No, can you not see? She's got a mohawk in a wheelchair. Alright, so the factory must grow. We have to complete phase 2 here. In Polaris Fawn. Yes, my fans. I just watched Angry's FAA fine video. Apparently SpaceX got fined from the FAA again for something different, interestingly enough. Did you check on the workers this morning? Are they working hard? I have not checked on workers, Jacobs. No. But we did get a lot done last night. I got all the trains ready to go. I bought 4 more EDKs and another TBM. And now we build. Poyekali. Yeah, we got the bridges made. The bridges were done before 1979. We got it done. The bridges were done Christmas 1978, which is pretty sweet, dude. And yeah, we have the TBM starting to basically do the next phase of the track. TBMs are a godsend, dude. Tea time, catch you later. All right, Pat. So, yeah, workers really starting to get fun, man. It's really starting to get awesome when you have the cash to get this stuff done. And then what I was thinking is the next time we play workers, what I'm probably going to do is pause the game completely and oh, my brain just stopped. I want to pause the game completely and design the entire map. I want to design new cities, design new highways, basically move all the bulldozers and everything, buy a ton of bulldozers and a bunch of new construction equipment, build out like 4 or 5 new construction areas around the map, and start really building out highways. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I want to see if we can do like a 5-year plan, because it's workers, right? So like by 1985, I want steel production up. I want coal production up. I want machine components up. I want plastics, chemicals. We need all that done, and we need all the towns to support it. I want all that. Yeah. We'll try to, and like, basically what I want to do is pause the game as much as we can, and then we'll spend probably about a year in-game staging everything. Staging all the resources, staging, you know, with storage facilities, and then going from there. 5-year plan. So how many deaths? Oh, at least 300 million. Makes me wish the game let you queue up construction orders in the order you want. You can set them to higher priority, Sneaky. But that's the precise reason why I micromanage construction in the game. That is the exact reason why I do that. I micromanage all the construction. Yeah, you could set high, low, and medium priorities on things to get stuff done. Yeah, it's in the build tab. Like if you click on something that's under construction, at the top of the window, it'll say there'll be arrows with the priority. Yeah, I'm getting pretty damn good at workers, Sneaky. I'm getting to the point where I can actually like tell people what I'm doing and explain it, and not like took freaking 8 months, but yeah. So yeah, but anyway, today is Satisfactory Day, so let's get going. We have smart plates. We have to make a lot of smart plates, and we have 14. So we got that going for us. We also need to make those reinforced frames, and then automatic wiring, I think is what it's called. What I think I was doing is scaling our power. I believe that's the last thing we started working on. I want the power and the water harness all the way over here. Dude, I watched, I should say I rewatched, Grand Tour. I watched Euro Crash, which for some reason I completely forgot about, and I started watching Sand Job, and Sand Job, dude, you know, seeing James move those trains around, I fell asleep halfway through it, but seeing James May move the trains around made me really happy. That was cool. Anyway, all right, here we go. Did I grab concrete? I did grab more concrete. All right, so let's get building on a power area, man. Is it the run with the realistic chuffing sound? Yes, dude. See? The Hornby has to have the realistic chuffing. See, unlike before, where I built this out, I had to build around old construction. And that was kind of cool, but we don't really need to do that no more. Also, I hate... Hope that was right. Gotta have the realistic chuffing. It's good enough. Clarkson's Farm versus Grand Tour. Which one are you picking? Grand Tour, but not by much. Dude, yeah, I love Clarkson's Farm. It unironically is an amazing show. You wouldn't think, but it is. It's really good. I like Grand Tour a little better because James and Richard, man. Like, I get it. Some of the stuff is scripted, but I don't care. Those guys are funny as hell, dude. It's like watching Monty Python sketches with cars. It's hilarious, man. Seriously, those three. Dude, I saw somebody say this on Twitter. Oh, now I die. Okay. I saw somebody say it on Twitter. Those guys could just do a weekly podcast of them three just hanging out, talking about cars. Like, that's it. No production value, no nothing. Just basically a stream with the three of them talking about cars, and everyone would watch it. No parachute, no. So I'm building out in this basin here, an area for water and probably a small power plant. There we go. Quick question, are you going to do a space news today? I'll see. Like car talk. Exactly, Ordon. Yeah, that's it, man. All right. Yeah, can't have stuff like that. Sorry. I know the whole thing is kind of floating, but yeah, I got a handful of links ready if you do. I might have to, Creeper, because of I'm sorry, man. My mind just went blank. The fines. The other FAA fines. That's yeah. The other FAA fines. That's what I'm getting at. I saw a hog over here. Where the hell did he go? Whatever. Got to figure out a way for our power harness to get over towards where our main factory is. Now, we need power, we need a power harness, and we need water. So I want them to go back to using no water on the starship pad. I don't know all the details, human. All right, let's take a look. I think splitting the difference on the lakes and getting our power harness to well, so we're gonna have two things. I want water, and then I want coal. All right, we could do a small coal power plant right here. The coal deposits aren't too far away. I said the coal deposits aren't too far away. Balls. Thinking. At the gates. We got pillars. All right. So a day late and off topic. How about McLaren leading constructors by 20 points ahead of Red Bull and Ferrari only 51 points away? A Ferrari guy, you should be happy. Ignore the crash. Ferrari would be closer if Perez didn't decide he was a moron. He decided he wanted to go full moron today, or on Sunday. Yeah, JDG, it's pretty cool. I'm happy for him, I really am. That's awesome. I don't have the time. I'll watch the highlight reel, dude. I just don't have the time to commit to watching a Formula 1 race. Barely have the time to commit to, like, football and stuff, dude. But, yeah, I don't know in what world Perez thinks he's in the right there, but, yeah, it's definitely not in the Formula 1 world. Like, I like the guy, but what are you doing, dude? And then also, like, grabbing someone's head after a crash because you're pissed off and moving their neck around is not the smartest thing to do. That's pretty messed up, dude. Crash the guy and then you hit him over the head when, like, he crashes. Like, you know that neck injuries are what get race car drivers, right? Like, that's what kills race car drivers. Oh yeah, he went over to Carlos. And Carlos had his head down, and he knocked his head back and said, "What the hell are you doing?" And Carlos was like, "I don't know what." Dude, it's out there. That footage is out there, man. It's so messed up, dude. Like, what are you doing? Oh, hey, doggo. Oh, Titan 2 found some encased industrial beams. Good boy. Hey, you want to find me some coal? Like, I get it, you're pissed off, dude, but you don't do that. You don't do that to another driver. Pale berries. You gotta feed the dog pale berries. You gave me some encased beans, which is actually pretty rad. Yeah, it's nice seeing the top 3 that close. That's really cool. This season really turned around, which is pretty rad. I'm kind of like back to like, okay, maybe I should watch this, but I just don't have the time. I don't have the time, dude. I got so many irons in the fire right now, dude. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see. Doggo gave you 3 nuclear bombs? Alright. My head's freaking pounding. I gotta take a nap. I can't not. Yeah, 3 hours of sleep will do that to you. Bill's here. Bill's here. All right, where's the chainsaw? I got the saw. Alright, we're gonna need water extractors. We really need a fabricator building, don't we? Did you change your character's helmet? I don't think so. I think I changed the color. We gotta make a fabricator, factory. Decide on where that's gotta be. Give me a second. I'm still groggy. I'll wake up in a moment. Yeah, the dog had a tummy ache last night and kept me up all night. It's alright. I'm fine. I'm just groggy. It's just gonna take me some time to wake up. Yeah. And what's worse is that it wasn't consecutive either. Like, it was like 15 minutes, dog, 15 minutes, dog, 15 minutes, dog, and then like maybe 2 hours of sleep, like in a block. Titan's fine though, for what it's worth. He was outside playing before I started. Yeah, it's all right, man. Dog needs you. It is what it is, dude. I'm just bumming because I'm like, I'm just groggy. Whenever I don't get enough sleep, it takes a second to wake up. That's what gets me, dude. Like, it takes me a second to get going. But we gotta how we gotta fix this is dive into a project. But I'm having some disgusting builder's block because I'm groggy right now. Give me a second. I'll get you the content you want. See, this Titan is fine. This Titan brings me concrete. This is Titan 2. Channel your inner worker. You know they sell plushies of lizard doggos. Nice. All right. I'm gonna rubber deck chat because, yeah, this is the go-to when I can't brain. All right, so here's where I'm at, dudes. I want to go and build water extractors, and I want to go and build a coal power plant. Here's what I'm dealing with. My coal power plant the coal veins are not near the coal power plant, or they're not near the water. What I did in the previous save is there's coal deposits right here, we know that, and I tapped into that water with a pipeline. I could just do that again, but I don't really want to do that again. We've done that already. But I did, the thing is that that's what works. Now, let's zap for coal again and see what we can see. Now, there's water over here, there's the oasis. We know about those. Huh. All right, let's take a peek over there because it didn't pop up those coal nodes. And Kippy, I like the drop down. That was cool. But see, okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna go and build out. We're gonna go build out a coal factory, right? What I'm thinking is, dudes, we have to get a fabricator going. So we're gonna need that. We need a fabricator, and I need to build all the prefabs for, like, hi Frank. We need to build the prefabs for wire harnesses, for power poles, because remember how I transmit power? We got to transmit power over the grids. So that means we need a substation design. There's a bunch of stuff. Hey, buddy. They do have the power towers now that you could use. I don't really like them. Blue, these will work transmitting power from the power plant to a substation, but are those individual circuits, dude? Like, are those 3 individual nodes, or are they all one connection? I don't like, it's all one circuit. Yeah, that's useless to me. Sorry, dudes, it's useless. Totally freaking useless for what I'm trying to do. We're trying to split the grid, remember? So we can manage our power. I want to set up a grid and I want to set up a substation and substations, and I want to make the grid right. So we need high voltage lines that can carry a lot of power, which we could use the power towers for, because the plant disconnect thing that I engineered last time we don't really need it. It was more of a, I have the resources, so do it. But only 2 nodes, top and bottom. Top can only have the other towers. Yeah, okay. Pure limestone right there. Their advantage is that you can go way farther in between towers. Here, let's try to get up there. There's a slug up there. Let's just kind of survey the land. Because I love building in the desert, but I'm really hesitant to just build my just the same factory. Even though I really loved that factory. I loved that vertical main bus. I think I really liked it. Yeah, who knows? Definitely a power slug up there. What the freak? The poopy plant spores emitters are still here. we had some pretty good high ground on this loop. Yeah, so for main power plants, Shaw, that's not the worst idea. I don't mind doing that. What's that right there? Hold on. We got to be careful about that. There's a nuclear hog down there. We threw down 16 refineries. In workers or in satisfactory, man? Jeez. See, I knew I hadn't been over here. How close are we to coal from here? Yeah, 100, 300 meters, 500 meters. And the thing about these coal nodes over here is that I'm fairly confident they are, they're crap. They're impure. Oh, we got a normal node. Impure. And that one's impure, I'm pretty damn sure. Okay, so we got two normal and an impure. You know what, dudes? There's that damn noise again. I'm thinking just build the same one, but make it nicer. Damn it, Frank. Whatever, we'll get that later. I've been using the Global Foundation average, yeah. I don't want everything to be on global, Sneaky, because then it's just gonna look ridiculous, but... Anyways, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid right now. Like, I'm really trying to avoid that. Got triple norms right here. Okay, I'm formulating something here. So, we're right here. 3 normal coal is there. We want water and coal power plants to be here. Simultaneously, we need a coal tap-off line, just in case. Coal tap-off line, just in case. We need a resource bridge that goes this way. Coal needs to go basically straight to there, bridge to there. I have not found any Sam, no. I'm gonna build resource conveyors, conveyor belts. I build my conveyor belts on a bridge, so you don't have to have the conveyor belt go up and down hills. Same thing as grading out roads in cities, but I mean, it doesn't make a difference in this game. I just like doing it. Or we could just make it directly go to there, but how deep is this lake? How many water pumps could fit in it? Not very many, O-Force. That's where I tapped into coal on my first save, because we needed to get something simple up so we could grind out tiers. And my factory, the vertical bus was basically right here. Let me look around again. Sorry, it's very easy to get stuck in development hell in this game. That's the big thing that I'm trying to avoid right now. That's why I'm like sitting here going, ah. I have tractors, yes. Yeah, that's right, Blue. Because even in my old save, guys, I just built stuff. We did this for a long time. We just built it, and then I refactored my factory by taking everything apart and putting it in a resource depository. Right? So, like, it's kind of how it's got to be. Yeah, we'll just do that. I'm just going to we'll build something quick before we build something awesome. Lizard Doggo, what's up, buddy? Where you going? Hey. Oh, brought me concrete. Thanks, buddy. I wonder if we give him more paleberry, does he... Are they scrapping Hopper? It looks like they're taking some stuff off of it, from what I can tell. We'll tap into the water right there. And then I'll build some coal. Well, which way is the... Oh, God. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, fellas, the way I had this set up in the previous save was the right move. That was the right way to do this. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. I don't have to do this, it's on world grid, but I'm doing this to get height. In case anybody's wondering. I hate floating foundations, just in case anybody was wondering. I will take the time to build them out correctly, because I can't stand them. Probably have a floating foundation right there. All right. You know what I'll do? We'll build this out, and what we'll do this time around is build it out on the world grid, so it will come out a little bit different. I like that. I'm going. I started building. I got over the hump, so let's go. Just keep going until we got something. Yeah, I don't care if I'm it seems like I'm wasting concrete. I hate floating foundations that much. Not really much to teach from that, but there's that damn sound again. I'm giving myself a nice big old workspace here. Thanks to the Zoop tool, another Zorg invention, it's even easier. There it is again! Someone playing games with us. What sounds? Do you guys not hear the... Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Do you not hear the swooshing noise? Sounds like a wind gust almost. Don't do that to me. That's not funny. You hear it on occasion. I hate it. Does that sound in your save too? No, it's the game. It has something to do with the lore, if I had to guess. You might be near a Mercer sphere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Two paper notes. Hey man, 6 months. Thanks, buddy. I'd never build a structure on top of dirt. No. No, man, nothing's... Structure on top of dirt. Give me a freaking break. Gotta take... Like, okay, look. You know, a lot of... You know, if you're watching me for the first time, Aqualex, I know you know this, but if you're watching me for the first time, you're like, oh my god, you're really gonna sit there and fill in everything? Yes. Yes, I am. Clean job is a happy job. Yes, I'm that guy that's like, well, boy, you gotta damn do it right, boy. If you don't do it right, it's not worth doing at all. Like, yes, that's me. Sorry. I'm not gonna apologize for wanting to do a good job. Also, Hank Hill. Well, I tell you what, boy, that dang old boy ain't right, man. I'm gonna kick that dang old butt, man. Get. Did I tell you guys one time I was talking to somebody from Texas in my travels? No, it wasn't Das. We were talking about somebody, and guy from Texas actually said that dang old boy ain't right. I'm like, I feel very honored that a person from Texas said that to me. The person from Texas said that to me, and it wasn't the quote. And I tell you what, there's something wrong with that boy. That dang old boy ain't right. I'm like, what? What? Really? That was a long time ago, but yeah, I remember it, and I was like, what? What? Wait, did you're from Texas, you just did the thing. Like, it was said unironically. I'm like, man, that person must be really messed up. I was like, wow. Somebody saying that, like, for real? Like, wow, wow, screw that person, you know? That's a very normal phrase. I know it is. No, it's like, it would be like, it'd be like somebody from my neck of the woods going, "Hey, you want to go down to the bar near the harbor? We'll take the tea. We'll park a car at the train station. Go down to the whiskey priest on the south end." Like, I'd be like, "Damn, damn." Yeah. So yeah, first time someone from Texas said that to me without like quoting King of the Hill, I was like, "Holy crap! Am I in? I must be right, boy. I tell you what." Oh, bless your heart. I've had Southerners say that to me, Sawyer. Not in the "oh bless your heart" EJ. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of, but yeah, you guys suck anyway, so it's all right. Got your first train set up in this? The stations were a lot bigger than you were expecting. A lot of time at work. My talk gets a bit southern, plus I say howdy because of my dad. I've had a few passengers ask you if you're from Texas. But you're not, though. You're from Indiana. Especially southern blood. Oh, bless your heart. All right. Oh, yeah. But yeah. It's got to be done right, man. Got to be done right. Missing concrete? Oh, no. That's not good, boy. Paved paradise, dude. Yep. But we will build around the rocks like we did before. I really like... Guys, I really like, I like building in the desert in more games than one. Gunny, you're doing 282 bidirectional. Yeah, smart. We will put our factory here, and it will be glorious. I think that should be enough for now. What I'm going to do so I know that why this is here is mark it with my OSHA railings that this is a node. What node is it? It's pure. Yeah, there was an exclamation point. And then it remembered my swatches from the other save, which I'm actually super happy about. These are, we looked up the hex codes for OSHA yellow, just because, for like high vis, and these are per OSHA specifications. Yeah, the gray, which is, I thought they would just paint the handrails all yellow, but sometimes they have gray insets to it, which is pretty cool. Voodoo, I always build with railings, dude. Yeah. I call it industrial punk, and it looks awesome. Yeah, it's part of the build aesthetic. Safety first. Yeah, so you don't want space OSHA coming after you, because they will. Related to this, I recently saw a picture contrasting two posts. One was an American gawking at a building in Tokyo he saw in an anime. The other was a Japanese person posting a picture they took of a suburban single-family home saying something along the lines of "just like King of the Hill." Like, you know what one of my favorite like anime American culture memes is the be the American Japan thinks you are. That's my dude. That one makes me laugh every time. Like, you see pictures of like Americans in anime and they're always like Mr. Patriot. You know, like, I don't know why it's Russian, but whatever. Like, that, those are always my favorite. Be the American Japan thinks you are. It's pretty freaking funny, dude. That's one of my favorites, dude. True. You should. Platos. Think about that. Think about that a lot. All right, let's clear out the inventory. Space OSHA. Tell hard space shipbreaker about it. No, space OSHA will come and get you. Sammy Sposha will come and find you. We have to build the spec. No, actually, fellas, I did build a lot of my factory in the previous save. I did build it to OSHA standards. So like, anytime there's a ledge that's more than like a foot or 30 centimeter, you put a railing, right? So I built everything out to OSHA spec, and dude, it looked aesthetic as frick, man. It looked really good. Like, yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, I want to continue with that spec, that NASA industrial punk spec. Like, I don't know if you could call it any type of aesthetic, but this is the aesthetic I want to build my factory to. If I could describe it in one image, it would be... please hold. That. NASA punk. Factory. Yellow, gray, open areas, very, very distinct lighting, good contrast. Yeah. That's the inside of the NASA's vehicle assembly building. You're looking at this is High Bay 3 right here. That's High Bay 3 and High Bay 4. And then over there is High Bay 1 and High Bay 2. That's the transfer aisle over there, the TA. So basically the VAB, for the people that don't know, and I'm going to tie this into space, of course, the VAB is built like a giant assembly line. It's a giant assembly line for rockets. The transfer aisle is where you send the stages in horizontally, and they take them, they take this crane, they attach that to the top of the stage, and they take this crane, attach it to the bottom of the stage, pick the stage up, and then the lower crane moves back, and the forward crane just pulls up, and it turns the stages upright, and then they just stack them onto mobile launchers. They still do it that way, for what it's worth. Yeah, the VAB is super, super cool. Here's a kind of a picture. It's a gigantic factory assembly line for building Saturn V's. So all the stages go in on the side, they go in through the side door, and then this is basically just a conveyor belt. Not a conveyor belt, they use cranes. They use gantry cranes to pick the stages up, and then there's, between High Bay 1 and High Bay 2 and High Bay 3 and High Bay 4, there's a gigantic gantry crane up there that's good for like 400 or 500 tons or something, and they pick them up and they stack them. That's it. And I'll tell you guys, that gives you some of the gnarliest aesthetic. If you've never seen it, it's wild. It looks like something out of 2001, which is really cool. Like sci-fi in real life, dude. Look at this picture of NASA stacking an S2 for the Saturn V. So First of all, this picture is probably taken from like the 20th story of the VAB. You're not even near the top. The VAB is 52 stories tall. It's freaking huge. You remember, you can hold a 100-meter rocket inside of it and its launch pad. And there's 4 bays that can do that. I worked security at ULA in Alabama for 5 years. Cool seeing how they do things. No way, Dago. That's cool, dude. I know people that work at ULA. Hell yeah, man. I'm a space nutcase, dude. If you don't know me. Yeah, I mean, ULA does this in the VIF at Slick 41 with Atlas and with Vulcan. They do the same thing. It's good stuff, man. Dudes, you want to see some nasty aesthetic? Look at that down there. Look at those 3 techs down there just peeping this S2 get put together to go to the moon. That's awesome, Dago. Hell yeah, man. So Decatur, right? It's the factory with the WGS9 picture on it, the Delta 4 on the front, right? Actually, dude, Tori Bruno is like a pretty damn good role model of mine. But yeah, that's the aesthetic that I want to build. Actually, we could look at Decatur. Decatur is the same thing. This is where ULA builds their rockets. It's the same idea. Hell yeah, man. I'm a big fan, dude. Big fan of ULA. I like everybody, dude, for what it's worth. I like SpaceX, like ULA, Blue, whatever. I don't care. I'm greedy. I love rockets. I love rockets like I love pickup trucks, homie. And I have a lot of pickup trucks. There's, see them moving around horizontally. They're moving around a Vulcan parts right there. There's a Delta 4 heavy side booster. This is an older picture because that rocket doesn't exist anymore. Tons of walking patrol, but they didn't mind us chatting with the workers. Hell yeah, man. That's cool. That's awesome, dude. You never know who you're gonna meet on Twitch, Dago. That's badass, man. Yeah, even though it's just security, dude. It's wild, dude. I'm sure you've seen it, the stir welding jig that they use. It's in the tall room that has the Alabama flag on it. Well, college, but you get the idea. Yeah, that stir welder, man. That's some trick pieces of equipment, dude. It's good stuff. I mean, the machine basically stirs the damn thing together, which is, yeah, it's wild, dude. It's wild. Like, I'm not sure if you just work security. I'm not sure if you're like too into it, but yeah, I'm a huge nerd when it comes to that stuff. You have a Mercury capsule ready to go? No, no, I don't. I don't want to get launched in a tin can, dude. Freaking, that's like getting launched in a can of Spam. Have you seen, Antonin, have you seen how much space there is in a Mercury capsule? There isn't a lot. I think you have more space inside of a porta potty. It's neat, it uses the stir welding. Yeah, man, exactly. Yeah, dude. Friction stir welding. It's wild stuff, man. It's wild. The stir welding jig is bananas. Bananas. What about in a stainless steel can? Well, if I had the space, maybe. Have you talked about the FAA fines yet? No, we'll do that a little bit later, love. See, I'm starting to wake up. Talking about space started to wake me up, and I don't know how to feel about that, but whatever. Chakra, you should have asked this when it landed, but would I have been able to see Starliner landing at White Sands from Albuquerque? Yes. You want to see Home Depot and Satisfactory? Down, 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 down. What's that, dude? Hang on, I gotta. Come on, mouse cursor. Whose stream is this? I don't know this person.
Holy fuck. That came out kind of sick.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah. Bunkum. Yeah, that's that. This is what I want to do. Yeah, see that? That, yes, I want to make stuff like this. That's the exact aesthetic that I'm going for. Muty cusses a lot. Yeah, that's Saint One. I don't know that dude, but that's, yes, that, yes. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw my last factories. I kind of want to show them to you. I did stuff like this, only like, so here's the thing. How I like to build, right, is, I like to build inside of buildings. So obviously you have big cavernous spaces like the VAB and stuff, right? Or Decatur or whatever. I like to build buildings with the support structure. Like, I like having the guts of the building hanging out and then all the equipment inside of it. So yeah, that's kind of really my big thing. That's what I like doing. So my buildings look realistic. You know, like the roof isn't just gonna float in 3D space. Like that, the roof in that one, you saw it. Like either the guy did the supports and hid them, or he just put a roof over a huge matrix of factory equipment, which is cool. Like, don't get me wrong, that's neat. I don't mind that either. But yeah, that's not. I like building out all the supports. I like building out the foundations. That's really my favorite thing to do. How do you get around there being no flat terrain to build on? I have a tough time picking locations. Go up. Yeah, go up, Cuban. That's all. Go up. Make these encased beams just because they're useful. I know that sounds bananas, just raise the foundation a little bit. You'd be surprised how much extra space that gives you. That's what I did with the last factory, dude. My old factory had, we were probably like 8 to 9 meters, maybe. No, maybe not 8 to 9. I'd say like 4 or 5 meters. No, yeah, probably 8 meters in some spots over the, over like the ground level. But then again, that's why I like building in the desert. I like building buildings too, but it takes half a week to make a single factory. Not with prefabs, et al. Are you using the fabricator? Use the fabricator, you could, yeah, sub-assemble all your components, man. Makes it real easy. I didn't tag C last though. My versatile framework plan is 80 meters tall so far. Nice, man. Yeah, just go up with it. See, we have a good amount of space here. If we added another 4 meters, it would probably double our surface area here. Right, so here's what we're gonna do. Everything is ground level if your ground is concrete. That's right. Anyway, Etel, what tier are you up to, buddy? I could have sworn there were 3. Oh yeah, okay, there's one right there. Okay, so let me give you an example of how I kind of function here. So, all right, obviously the coal is higher than my initial foundation. Does that mean we're raising that whole thing up all the way? No. No, we're not doing that. No, absolutely not. So what we're gonna do is, all right, let's go with the grid here. What's our closest forward point? Closest forward point to my foundations is probably right here. So let's get vertical soup going. Build a test slab here. Is that the correct height that we need? I think that's pretty dang close. can build up over the node, and then you could put a miner down on it, which is actually super, super helpful. Just because I like doing this way. There. Now, what we could do is we could build it forward a little bit more just to cover that up if we wanted to keep the clean aesthetic, but I don't really, it's not really that big of a deal. Did I just do that? I did. I zooped myself. Save me from myself. I have zooped. Alright. So that's the most forward point. You could just fill this in. Could just fill it in. Totally doable. But I don't know. Maybe we should. Are you even as allowed to zoop yourself like that on stream? Yeah, I don't know, man. Might be against terms of service. So once again, this is getting this is just for the coal right now, but I like building it out this way because you can kind of get a little better idea what you how you want to set this up. If I just flatten everything, clean workspace is a happy workspace or something. Now, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to put a miner on this thing though, if at this 4-meter height. So we might have to build an indent, which is not a big deal. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to. There we go. Yeah, I've been here. Been here already because I took whatever was in there. Okay, Blue. The factory must grow. That's right. There we go. All right. I mean, we might be able to get away with a 1 meter foundation right there. Yeah, that probably would work. And then, you know, as is tradition, get our I'm not sure what the rest of this is going to look like, so okay, now this thing up here, how are we going to do this? Actually, a 4 meter foundation seems to be working well. Okay, so these nice new railings that I just put down, yeah, it looks like we're not going to need those. You know, fine. The factory is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding factory. That's correct. Precisely. Okay, make sure we got no floating foundations, because we don't do that. We're not animals here. Come on, soup it up. Hey, we gotta have railings, all right? You can never be too careful. See, each one of these railings adds 60% safety per safety. Okay? You have to have enough safety units, okay? That's how that works, right? You can combine railings and construction fences. It looks pretty nice. Oh, that's cool. There we go. All right, cool. Gotta pick up the weeds, make this look nice. There we go. That's a lot of safety. Hey, you don't want Frank to get hurt, right? See? Frank's just chilling over there. The safety railings are for him too, despite them being about as tall as his ankles. Or whatever those things are down there. All right. That's good. All right, so now what we're gonna need. Can you shoot in the game? You gotta make yourself a rifle, Fatal, but yeah, of course. Yeah, of course you can. You gotta make it. You gotta make rifles. You gotta make rifles. You gotta make bullets. That one's still good. Okay, we got enough biomass to pretty much keep everything going for a little bit. Good. Good, good, good. Where's the water located? I'm getting to it. Give me 1 second. The water is basically right over there by that hump. I'm just getting the coal figured out first. We'll get our coal miners figured out, and then water, and then power plant. So, see what I'm talking about over here? We got a small oasis that I'm gonna tap into real quick. There you go. And then eventually we're gonna build a bigger one over here. A bigger water pipe. And that will be basically the plumbing for the factory. Guys, how I'm thinking here is that I want to build a gigantic roadway basically right here. That's the longest stretch of the desert, of desert flat, aligned with the world grid right here. Build this way. And then the bus factory the main factory area will be right here in the center, and then we'll go up with it, right? And then we could feed whatever this way and feed whatever this way. And what I'm thinking is we could have train terminals at either end. Train terminal here, and then, you know, if there's any localized stuff, iron, whatever, it's basically going to look like a big plus sign. We can feed resources this way, or we could feed this way, depending on the nodes. That's how I think I want to do this. And then we can have the trains, we could either do that, or we could have the trains go through the line and then come out some, like over here, and go back to, you know, wherever they need to go on the rest of the map. I see you can't get around needing a drag strip in your video game. Sure. And then, you know, where I'm building right now, we could put fabricator buildings, just miscellaneous stuff. Dip out for work. Anything outstanding from the Polaris Dawn interview? Yeah, we'll do a station on the ground level. That ground level is going to be big. Yeah. Yeah. Station on the ground level. Level 2 is a resource depository of ingots being put in. Or not ingots, just any resource. We'll have tap-offs from every line going up. That's the big thing that I wanted to do with the old design. I wanted an area, like basically have a splitter on every production line, and it splits the resource into a box like this, so I can always just grab stuff on tap for building stuff. And what we could do, yeah, we could have that all on the second level. So incoming resources will get tapped, and then refined resources can come down the hub, and they get deposited there as well. Yeah, so yeah, the main bus is going to be ridiculous, dude. It's going to be absolutely nuts. I might borrow the same dimensions that I used from my previous design. Why not use the dimensional storage? I don't think the dimensional storage can be used on the scale that I'm trying to build at. Like, isn't the dimensional storage just... I mean, we could have that. We could do it that way if you really wanted to. I know what dimensional storage is. I watched the trailers. Eventually you can, EJ, but not early game. I'm not talking about it being used in the early game, fellas. What level would be liquids for main bus? I don't know. Yeah, that's something we got to kind of figure out. We have to come up with some concept of operations here. All right. Or remind myself to get that pocket dimension stuff. We're gonna need those high-speed connectors and AI limiters. AI limiter and then power switches are something we're absolutely going to need. So 200 quick wire and some copper sheets. Do I have copper sheets in here? I only have 19 on me. I think I fenced the rest of the copper sheets, but that's okay. So we can take... It has coal in it, Kippy. I just put a bunch of coal in it. All good, man. All good. I don't think I like the research system at Satisfactory. Much prefer the science packs rewarding automation from Factorio. Yeah. I mean, but what were they supposed to do, God? Were they just supposed to copy Factorio and then just make a 3D version of it? You gotta stand out somehow, dude. You know? Gotta stand out somehow. Where's all the Caterium that I had? Oh, there. Excellent. All right. We'll go clear out the foliage after this and place down water. At least just a little bit of it. I mean, part of me is like, dude, go... You know, you have the Xeno Zapper, right? What do we really not want to be near? We don't want to be near the spiders, and we don't want to be near the nuclear hogs. But for the most part, we should be able to just go through and just find crashed ships and a bunch of parts, dude. You know, that's... I have the Xeno Basher, yeah. Like, maybe we should just go get... Maybe we should just go get all formulas and parts and then go from there. Like, I know this game. I know what it's trying to do. You know, do I have any more Caterium in here? No. I know what it's trying to do. This game will sucker you in with analysis. We should go explore, you know? The small spiders are easy to kill, dude. They freak me the frick out, but I'm not turning it on kitty mode. We're not doing that. Put that stuff in there. I think I'm gonna build the Explorer. It's 100 frames to build the stupid thing, but we need 10 of them. Quartz, cable, 25 plates. There we go. I have the cable we made over here. Got plenty of it. So that's figured out. We're gonna need more quartz and we need more mod frames. All right, the quartz we can go get. We're gonna need a little bit more. And that's sapping my plates. Did you restart? I restarted when 1.0 came out, dude. Let's think about this for a second. We gotta make 25 of these. We can only make 26, so 26 times 3 is 78. 78 plates on top of the 20, so we need 98 of these things to get this done. Sorry guys, my brain is paced today. I think I did that math right. If I didn't, just point and laugh. Gosh, my mind is just a piece of poop today. Gosh dang son of a bum. I don't want any more bull crap. Especially from me. It's gonna be very hot. We're in the desert. I like doing it in my head, Kippy. But yes, there is a calculator built in. Today, Wolfie, can you do me a solid and leave? Yeah, I don't need any more bull crap at this juncture. Hat. Oh, you love it, dude. You love it. If you hit N and type math, the math will do itself. Yep. Gosh dang son of a meat, prestige, money. How? I don't even know what the frick I'm reading. What am I reading? I wrote this stuff. Why can't I remember it? Where's that beautiful Camaro? There you go, man. Coming along, dude. Coming along. I aligned it over the weekend, dude, but I noticed when I jacked the car up and jacked it back down, the steering wheel moved a little bit. Either that or one of my buddies that I had overturned it and is playing a really bad trick on me. Because now that I'm looking at that tire, it very much looks like it's toe out. That might just be the camera. It's my buddies, dude. Wouldn't buy a Chevy. Actually, I probably would. I don't care. It doesn't really bother me. I just like Fords. I actually like Camaros, dude. I like third gens. I think third gens are nice cars. Is it finished? There's still a lot of small stuff to do if we want to do it. But we really, guys, we really need to get the Coronet in here. The Coronet is suffering. It really, yeah, it's struggling out there. Did you fix up the door hinges? No, I was actually gonna do that on stream, Mackie. We'll pick a day, and it's a day that we won't do any space news or anything, because that's gonna be a big freaking job. You gotta take the bumper off, you gotta take the quarters off to get at the hinges, then you gotta take the door off, then you gotta take the hinges off, and then you gotta press the bushings into the hinge. Yeah, it's a lot of work. And then you have to sit there and align it. It's a lot of work. Tomorrow, Do you want to do it tomorrow? That's okay. Understand, Nova. That's an all-day streaming affair. Okay. Oh god. That's an all-day streaming affair. Like we're. I gotta go grab some quartz. There's a quartz deposit this way. Not enough days in the week to do all the things and play all the games. Dude, there really isn't, man. I mean, it's Alex. We're living in a renaissance right now, man. Like, there's so much stuff, so much good stuff, man. Like, blind sight, Elon tweet. Blind sight device from Neuralink will enable those who have lost both eyes and their optic nerve to see. Provided visual cortex is intact, will eventually enable those who've been blind from birth to be able to see for the first time. If set expectations correctly, the vision will be first at low resolution like Atari graphics, but eventually it has the potential to be better than natural vision and enable you to see an infrared, ultraviolet, or even wavelength like Geordie LaForge. Cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, guys, the dog kept me up last night. He I don't know, I guess, it sounded like he had a tummy ache, but then he just ended up chasing bunnies at like 4 in the morning. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It was not very poggies. I did not get a lot of sleep. It was pretty close to a full moon now that I'm thinking about it. But, yeah, my brain's operating on very, we're in safe mode right now. So, honestly, if I was gonna do that, guys, I'd need to bugger off like after space news or something. Yeah. What do you want? I'm just trying to get quartz. Leave me alone. Toro, Gary, Toro. How long have you had Midas, Patel? I don't know, Hired. That's a good question. He's 16 years old. That's up there, dude. That's cool, man. Pupper's gonna pup. That's right, Tara. Yeah, you know. Still sorry about that, man. That sucks. Alright, 100 stacks should be... need 300 quartz. Raw quartz. It's okay, she was happy all the way through. Portable miners. Oh yeah, I do have some on me, don't I? Thank you. I'm not firing on all cylinders today, dudes. We're here to help. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I'm really happy I picked these up. Just let us in on your save, we'll take care of it. I don't want the entire factory built in a weekend, Cornbread. Yeah, North, you can put more than one miner on the node. Tell, did you see the other day when the Sox were playing the Yankees? Judge came up to bat and they threw behind him. I mean, I kind of don't blame him, but also they threw behind him. That's pretty good. And then they did the same thing to Devers. Yankees did the same thing to Devers. That's funny, man. Too bad we suck. I like picking up these nodes just because when you're going to build later, it clears out the map. Yeah, the factory will probably end up over here. That's some old blood that always bubbles the surface. Hey, it sometimes it do be like that. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Can't think of a more relevant time to say that. I would make you the I-4 eyesore of factories. Oh God. You know, it's probably should, while we're here, check what we need for this ship. I forget what we need to what we need to open this one. We needed steel to open it. That ship is where I put my foundation for a factory. It's floating above the desert. Oh, cool. Anytime I walk across these dunes like this, I just hear Kashmir in my head. Da-na-na, 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 dun 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 dun. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. Stars and fill my dreams. I'm a traveler of both time and space. Be where I have been. And there goes the VOD. Now what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, we gotta make more of these crystal meth oscillators here. crystal oscillators. Hey, some of us rewatch these. My crappy singing of Kashmir is not going to. It's not going to. Oh, that's just for the MAM research. Balls. It's not gonna flag any VODs. Don't worry. We're not gonna make anybody upset.
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
That. All right. All right. So we need 5 motors, 5 crystal meth oscillators, 9 modular frames, and 6 steel pipes. Mr. Dick. Anything good? How's things? Dog kept me up all night, dude. Other than that, just fine. Could have left those miners on that quartz deposit. 100-person community server, handcrafting only, except space elevator. What else can we get while we're here? We need... gotta have more cable. Got enough of that. We can go get more quartz crystal, that's no problem. Steel pipes. Probably tackle the mod frames right now, that's no problem. How's Taito? It's alright. He just kept waking me up in the middle of the night, like whining and pawing at me, dude. I don't know what was wrong. I took him outside, I fed him, and then he did it, you know, like he did it. I took him outside, he did it again. I took him outside again like an hour later, and then he did it again. Like, it's just like, I don't know. And he started chasing bunnies. I'm like, you're fine. Come back inside. And then I fed him, and maybe that was it. Maybe he was just hungry. But I fed him before we went to bed, so I don't know what the heck that's about, dude. Wait, I don't need frames. I need plates. NASA is going to stop accepting new programs using the TDRS network in November. Looks like they're moving to a commercial approach to replace TDRS.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
He was peeing each time, Etel, yeah. He pees a lot already, dude, like... he pees a lot. Like when he's out there going to the bathroom, the duration of flow is a long time, dude. But he's never done that before. But yeah, we'll he's, you know, the MSPCA said he was 2, but he's still acting a lot like a puppy. Like Remo and I have had dogs before, dudes. He still acts a lot like a puppy. Let me put it that way. I don't I don't think NASA should commercialize Tidris, dude. Phil, I think that's a very, very short-sighted and bad idea. You know the exact reasons why. Now, like, just use Falcon 9 to launch new Tidris. Like, I don't get it. Sandy was a puppy till she was 8. Really? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it happened. He was trained, so Jack, here's the thing about Titan. Like, he was a stray. They found him when sometime between, you know, like when he was born and when they found him, right? Like, we don't know exactly how long that was. They said they found him, when they found him, he was about a year old, right? And then they found him in Tennessee in a barn, like in an abandoned barn, right? And he immediately got scooped up for about 8 months by another family in Tennessee, and then the family returned him because the family got divorced. So, and then they shipped him up to Salem, Massachusetts, where we found him. So they said he was 2. I don't think he's 2. He acts like a puppy. I think he's like 1.5, maybe. You can tell, guys. You know, like if you've had a dog, you know when they're a puppy, they like kind of prance around like that. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like the puppy walk. Bree and I both come from families that have had dogs, so we know. Like, I know that walk. Like, dude, he's definitely still a puppy. That's a stupid reason to give up a dog. Yeah, well, we took care of that. Yeah, Uncle X, yeah, exactly. Like, you can tell he's still kind of figuring it out, like how to move. It's not a lot. Like, that's why I think, the MSPCA and everyone's like, oh, he's 2. I'm like, no, he's not. He's not 2 yet. He's probably gonna be 2 very soon. Like, and his paws are still big. That's the other thing. His paws are just a little bit oversized, and that's how you can tell a puppy is he's still a puppy. His paws aren't. If the paws are big, they haven't grown. They haven't finished growing yet. It's pretty close, but they returned him to a shelter in Tennessee, and then the shelter shipped him up to Massachusetts. And like he was there for like a day or 2, and so how we got Titan was we went up to the MSPCA in Salem, Mass. We did that. We did that because they got a bunch of boxers, and I love boxers. That was my first dog, Kashmir, believe it or not, what's his name? Yeah, named after the Led Zeppelin song, right? And they had boxers, but the boxers were not good. They were like a full rehab puppy, and I love them, but we don't have the time. We wouldn't be able to give those dogs the time that they deserve. They were like eating their own poop and stuff. Like it wasn't good. Yeah. So, yeah, he's a cattle dog. Titan has a lot of energy. I don't think he's sick or anything. He gets restless, right? And that's how you kind of know he's still just a pup. But they need lots of training, and Bree and I wouldn't have been able to give him the time. So we looked at other dogs. We looked at 3 other dogs. One of them was kind of cool. It was a beagle, and he was cool. And then we took him outside, and he wouldn't shut the hell up. And I was like, yep. Nope. No, hard pass. I mean, he's a cool dog, but yeah, he wouldn't shut up. So I was like, yeah, nah. Because he's a beagle. Yeah, beagles don't shut up. We looked at another one that was kind of a mix of a bunch of different dogs, and he just was skittish the entire time. So I was like, nah. And then we looked at another one that kind of looks like the dog that Jack has down at Boca Chica. It was like it was a mutt. but like part Mastiff and a couple like part Lab or whatever. Her name was Daisy, and she was cool. Like I liked her, but we said we want to look a little bit further, and then the fourth dog, and I was like this is the last one. The fourth dog was Titan, and Titan came in and he was super chill. Like we later realized he was super chill because he had no idea what's going on and was super scared and freaked out. But he was super chill on the ride home, and then, you know, once he started kind of realizing that this is the place to be, right, he started getting like, oh no, I don't know you, you're just gonna leave me, you're just gonna abandon me again. Like, you could see it. He's like, I don't care about you. But over the last month, like 3 months in, he's calmed down. Yeah, bucket, that happens, man. Yeah. I'm just grinding out a bunch of steel beams here. You have a Rottweiler, super chill. And yeah, the cool thing is that Titan has kind of gone back to being chill, but if you rile him up, he'll go for hours. You know what I mean? I just discovered a 1991 Soviet Lord of the Wings projection with subtitles. You want the link? I'm good, thanks. Just grind that iron out there. Make a rod or something. Yeah, Stuart. Yeah, Titan. Yeah, he was chill because he didn't know what was going on. He's like, I don't, whatever. I see a humans here, and then they're not here. So whatever. Why should I open up to you, right? And then yeah, over time he's opened up to us, which is pretty cool. He does need a lot of training though, but that's fine. I got him to do paw last night, which was pretty sweet. I got him to shake, which is pretty cool. It took him a long time. I went through a big bag of treats, which probably is that's probably why that happened. Steel rod, molded beam. Oh, these are two good ones, huh? Steel rod is tempting. But 24 ingots, 16 concrete, like... Oh, should we rescan? I was thinking steel rod over molded beam. Oh, all right. I see it, Nova. Nice. 45 beams a minute is big. Steel rod's pretty high on the tier list. I think I'm gonna do steel rods with this one, dudes. Or should we re-roll? Steel rod could be useful. Molded beam is like bolted plate. It produces more in a shorter time, so you need less buildings. Oh, steel beams are 115 per minute. Oh. So this is going to require a higher feed, but you can also make 9. Wait a minute. Am I looking at this right, dudes? One steel beam, so you get is 15 per minute, so you get 15 beams per minute. And then over there with this recipe, you get 45 per minute in a stack of 9. That's a lot of steel, right? Yeah. Yeah, that, yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's okay. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Doom. Yeah.
Pocket dimension significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon, analyzing the transdimensional confibulatory permutations of alien DNA to achieve this. We are all doing our part for Fix-It.
I'm doing my part. It worked all afternoon for 3 seconds. All right, back to work. Yeah, we got enough steel pipes. We're gonna need more quartz and we need motors, so 2 and 2. I have stators on me already. We looted those from a crashed ship, or legitimately salvaged them from a crashed ship. Hey, Sea Kraken. So I wonder if the end game, do we save Earth or something? Maybe. Elon is filing a lawsuit against the FAA. Oh. That's... What? We're gonna need to take those portable miners and go back over the quartz deposits. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know, man. Yeah, Dago, I don't know either. Maybe we should stop talking about it before we accidentally stumble upon something. You know what I mean? Jesus, why won't you die? Thank you. Always gonna get the hog remains so we can get more protein, DNA protein capsule things. Did you know you could sneak up on the hatcher things? If you run up and crouch up to them, yeah. Yeah, exactly, that's how. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not sure. Like, okay, Elon, if SpaceX is gonna sue the FAA, like, from what I can tell here, dudes, it sounds like they're butter, fruit, a cherry. It very much sounds like the FAA doesn't have the funds to continue doing what they're doing. Like, SpaceX launches so much that they're not able to handle the bandwidth. But what do I know? I mean, in which case, like, but see, that's fair, but also at the same time, we know good and well that they're, can't craft here. Like, SpaceX has, it's, oh god, my brain doesn't work. We know that SpaceX has, they have been pretty overt about upping their launch cadence, you know? Like, they've been pretty overt about upping their launch cadence for the longest time, but then again, if the FAA is like, if it's just all about it, you know, so like the FAA they would have known, right? But also at the same time, they're beholden to congressional funding, just like NASA is. You know, if they didn't get the funding, then what? You know, like, I just don't really understand what suing the FAA is going to do. Can you build a thumper in this game? Might speed up your travel. I'm working on building out a Jeep, AJ, so I can drive around more. And just summon the worm. Yeah, dude, the spice must flow, dude. Those rocks are floating above the surface. Deadbringer, I never want to go and say that there's some great conspiracy against SpaceX just because some politicians don't like Elon because of what he says and stuff. I don't want to sit there and say that that's what's going on. That's lazy. That's lazy journalism, right? If you think that that's what's going on, or if I think that's what's going on, we got to prove it. And you're never going to be able to because we don't have all the information. So it's a losing. You're already in a losing battle, and that all that leads is to you just being in a state of psychosis, like, because you're trying to prove something that you can't. Like, you're just gonna go bananas trying to figure that out. This is the other side of Arrakis. Yep. I don't think that there's any necessary malice here. To be 100% real with you guys, I don't think there's malice. It's the government. Don't attribute to malice what you could attribute to incompetence. And that's not to say that the FAA doesn't do a good job, but, you know, if the FAA is going to intentionally slow down SpaceX because they don't have enough people, they don't have enough people to certify all these SpaceX flights and certify all these changes, what are they supposed to do when they don't get more money? You know, if they ask for more funding from Congress and Congress doesn't give it to them, now what? Now what are you supposed to do? You can be sued when your incompetence causes harm to others, though. So, okay. The FAA broke their good faith pledge? I guess. I mean, SpaceX wouldn't be suing them for no reason. Sure. You know, like, that's kind of where I'm defaulting to. SpaceX wouldn't do this unless they were absolutely sure, you know? So, Yarg, I have a question for you. What is your outcome here? So put yourself in Elon's shoes. Just genuinely curious. What do you want? What are you trying to achieve here? I guess we'd have to go look at the case and figure it out, but no, Wolfie, it's never happened. Congress gave them 50 million. They hired 30 plus people with it. The FAA did. So what is this lawsuit about? That's really where I'm at. Like, I'm shooting from the hip here because I don't know. What is this lawsuit about? Like, what? Why do this? There's some stuff muddying the waters. The FAA is proposing fines to SpaceX to the tune of $600,000 for a number of things like unapproved fuel providers, using an unapproved flight control room, and even failing to conduct a required pre-flight 2 hours prior readiness poll. One general certification that applies for all launches, like with airplanes, or the FAA is removed from control of rocket launches until which time they're flying civilians. Can I have 600K? Dude, screw you. I want 600K. If I had 600K, man, that's enough to take a good chunk out of my damn mortgage. That'd be really nice. So the control room and fuel farm thing I can understand. They were not yet inspected. The readiness poll thing seems really dumb without explanation. Okay, put a fourth. What's your sixth of the board at? Dude, Panta, if I had 600K to spend on cars, I would just have somebody do a frame off resto of the Coronet and put a 426 in it. I'd be like, somebody do it for me. You know. Just a chunk? How much did you pay for that damn house? No comment. I don't want to talk about that, dude. We paid enough. DNA capsules to get tickets. Sounds like it wasn't a good idea to bite the hand that feeds. Yeah, JDG, that's what it seems like at face value, right? Like, why would you do this? Why would you go piss off the people that give you your launch license? But then again, like you gotta think about it from SpaceX's point of view. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it unless they needed to, unless their hand was forced, or at least they thought their hand was forced, right? Why would you do that? That makes no sense. Wouldn't do it unless you absolutely needed to. Right? The fine has to do with the launch in 2023. Also, SpaceX is suing the FAA for overreach. Yeah, we know that was, yeah. Okay. We need more K-Tyrium and Mark II power poles. Just weird, man. Like, dude, I gotta give SpaceX the benefit of the doubt based off prior track record. They wouldn't shoot their shot like this unless they needed to. Like, SpaceX doesn't do that. You know? They don't. I don't care what anybody says, they don't. They have taken government agencies to court in the past. They sued the Department of Defense to get a defense contract for launching spy satellites. That's happened. So they only shoot their shot when they absolutely need to. You know what I'm saying? We have the Jeep. Put that in there. Put some concrete in there. Get some sandwiches. Put the barrels in there. All right, now we need solid fuel. All right. Yeah, baby. All right, cool. I gotta take a leak real quick, dudes. I'll be right back. Does the buggy have the Rockus engine again? I don't know. We'll figure it out in a second. JDG, you're sure that SpaceX felt they needed to do it, and I'm sure they were prepared for whatever backlash they would receive. Just sucks that with all of Elon's political tweeting, I'm not sure. Why does it suck? The guy's speaking his mind. Whatever. You don't have to like it. I'm saying.
waste tanks evacuated.
Is he chugging water while pissing? Why is he taking so long? I went outside to go say hi to my wife and dog, Sig. And also go to the bathroom. Different engine noise, Tessa. I'm running on biomass right now. Barrel, 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 barrel. We've already been here. Hi, Frank. Oh, does hitting them do damage now? Achievement for running over one. Yeah, I got that. Breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. Look at all these nuts. Canyon. Hi, Frank. Surprise!
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Wow, that's so much easier. Hey, Rarest. Tier 1 6 months in advance, 81 months total. Thanks, man. You have to do that. Appreciate it, though. Appreciate you, brother. I don't know what's happening. Sorry. Oh, that's okay. Bro, don't leave the alien artifacts? What? What alien artifacts? Oh, that one. Sorry, I was more interested in barrel nuts.
Our instruments echo in the deep. Do they not plug the shallow threads?
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable of singing.
You sing.
Noted.
Oh, a creepy crawly. Good. Bumper. You know what? We don't need to go over there. Let's just keep going this way. Yeah, that's much better. I like this plan. You got a scanner? An object scanner? No. Dude, barrel nuts for days, man. This is where my first factory was, dudes. What do you think of Cleater in the sidecar? It's a thing. Hi, Burb. You could sneak up to the hatchers without... Yeah, I knew that. Dude. Look at all the burbs. These burbs flock to the barrel nuts. Yeah, my first factory was here. Up the, like, from when the game came out. It was in this canyon. It's a pretty good factory, man. Then they changed, they did an art redesign on the canyon, and that was the end of that. Where did you come from? Ah! Hey! You scratched my paint! Hey! All right, let's see what we got. We got remains, 100 rubber, score, 19 computers, that's gonna be useful. 74 encased, 71 circuit boards, 65 cable, 70 rotors, damn dude. This was a freaking poop beast, 420 right here, great. What does this need? 100 megawatts? 4 bio, so we need 4 biomass burners. I don't have any plates. I don't have any plates. I didn't bring plates with me. That was a stupid thing to do. Unless they're in the back. Unless I loaded some in the trunk. Nope. Stack of stators. Circuit boards. Market? I know where it is, dude. I know the map well enough. If there's just an iron node around here, and there should be, if I'm remembering correctly, unless they moved it. Does the miner have plates? I don't know. Can we even scrap those things? There should be oil right here if I'm remembering right. Oh yeah. Plenty of oil. Yeet. Alright, let's keep I don't know if you can scrap them, dude. I'm pretty sure you can. You got plenty of barrel nuts, though. We're working on an oil pipeline right now. Nice. I remember that alien artifact is there. Yeah, not nuclear, but super angy nonetheless. Didn't even see you. Where's your buddy? Could have sworn there was two of them. There it is. Here at limestone. Pretty good. Hey, Frank. The happy forest. Elon just went live? What did he go live about? All right. He's testing Starlink streaming continuity while aircraft is doing banking maneuvers. Oh. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't remember the Happy Forest being like this, guys. Oh, 2 wheels. Could have sworn there was... Maybe it's that way. Did they redo this biome? Going, man? I like the way the biome was set up before. It's my favorite biome, which is why I never build here, because I don't want to screw it up. Everything seems way more hostile now. You're not sure you like it. Yeah, we were just down there a second ago. I saw the slug back there. Not worried about it. How many of these DNA? How many carapaces do we have? Yeah, 33. Nice. You ever see Evil Knievel? Nah, I've never seen Star Wars. Wow. Pretty. Sure. Nice. No effort. Bro, I got 3 hours of sleep. My head's thumping right now. Don't give me this low effort nonsense. Only 3 hours. The dog decided he was either didn't feel good or decided he wanted to play at 1, 2, 3, and 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm not doing good right now. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Beautiful stream. Bless you. So SpaceX is suing the FAA. I guess so. Sure looks that way, man. What's with all the bacon Aguileric? Can they sue the FAA? I guess so. I'm not sure, man. Watching game makes me want the patch that fixes DX12 even more. It's very pretty, man. Yeah. This biome is my favorite in the game, dude. By a long shot.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Jim, 111 months. Ooh, F111 time. All right. Oh, my bad. Oh, I wasn't even trying to. Oh, you rolled down the damn hill. Herbs. This is the other desert. Looking around for crashed ships. Wow, they redid this. I don't remember cacti around here. God, not the farty plants. I hate farty plants. Can you fly in this game now? There are... yeah. Yeah! Ow. So is every crash site a previous Pioneer that got wrecked? I think so. I could have sworn there was a crashed ship around here. This is another starting area here. That was me. There we go. Did you do this in your last gameplay too? No, it didn't play out like this, dudes. The thing about my last gameplay is that save is from like update 2. It's from update 2, so I ground out the tiers as they introduced them into the game. So what do I mean by that? Dude, I never really did any of, oh, plates, nice, I needed those. Never really did the onboarding that we needed to, right? Like, because I just played it through early access. They have since changed how to play the beginning of the game, so I would say that I have done this, but I also haven't at the same time. Barrel. GTA Online is now requiring the Battle Eye anti-cheat, which is so bad modders have already found out how to disable it. Well, that's good. We got a hard drive.
Surface genetic sampling indicates this freighter may have come from a planet run by apes.
The save said 400 hours, Intel. Yeah, it said 400, man. All right, let's pretty much full on everything. Got plenty of fuel though. We can use this to get tickets, and maybe we can use that to get the parts that we need, or unlock more things. Trying to get alt formulas, dude. What I really want to do is try to get as many alt formulas as we can and as many of these hard drives as we can. The reason why is because you don't want to go building out the factory and then get an alt formula, right? Get an alt formula and be like, oh crap, we could have made it better. Try to grab as many of these things as we possibly can.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Danny, 75-month resub. That's just an excuse to build a sister factory right next to the first one. Maybe. Rockstar's now said it doesn't plan on supporting Linux. Man, I'm happy I stopped playing that game when I did. It's a shame. GTA Racing was such a good time. I would love to go back and play it, but How's Satisfactory going? It's going good. Going good, Technopox. Yeah, everything's all right. Doing okay. I just have a disgusting migraine that I'm trying to power through, but get off my, hey, don't scratch the paint. Not you. GTA Racing dead due to the changes? I don't really want to play it, man. Because it's just becoming too much of a hassle. I'd love to. We just play GTA Racing how we played it before. It would be great. Back on the streamer. Not, no. Yeah, that would be nice. Let's see. Oops. Oh, jeez. We weren't here, okay? We weren't here. You didn't see nothing. I hope that doggo is okay. That would be quite unfortunate. How could you? I didn't see him, dude. He jumped out from behind the bushes. It's not my fault. Rotors, stators, copper sheet, more stators, rotors, and more stators. Right. Yeah, I know. Got 2 hard drives out of that. Pretty good. Gotta make sure we got all the resources. No, Frank, I'm looking for the resources too, bud. Don't worry about it. Okay, I think we got everything. Yeah, I've jumped on, I bounced on Frank, yes. It's Dr. Venkman.
Your mimic tapestry grows in the shallows and the clouds, but not through the windows. What is your route?
I have no roots, nor do I operate on Windows, but perhaps you mean something akin to the human saying, my point of origin is Earth. I was created by specific individuals of the human race.
Incompatible music.
Did I say something wrong, or did you not understand?
You cannot be shallow deep. The ripples you cast into the void have no skin.
It seems I may have said something paradoxical. Interesting.
Hey Ray, thanks for the raid, buddy. How you doing? Wound up making my factory on my last save if I needed a machine. Ray, thanks for the raid. What's going on? You guys know my buddy Paul Scambaits. He's a Scambait streamer. Pretty funny one at that too. Give him a follow, he's a good dude. I know what you were saying. Just, I can't. You're killing me with those paragraphs though, man. But it's okay, I'm trying. We're back. That was a good run. Get our biofuel up. Do you have biofuel production automated? Do I have it automated? I make everything into leaves and then I throw it in a machine. I throw it in a constructor to convert it to solid biofuel. You could automate the alien DNA capsules too, if you want. I'm gonna take 5, Keen, in a second. Thoughts on Minecraft? We have a Minecraft community server, King Logan. Yeah, survival city build. It's pretty good, man. Oh, that's gonna do me right there. Nice. Now we're talking. Plenty of plates. Good. Good, 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 good. No, not that. We need power slugs. There we go. Alright, I'll take the leaves, put the leaves in there. That'll make me more solid biofuel. We have 7 tickets. I'm wondering if we can buy anything. Half foundations could be useful. You're gonna need those anyway. Asphalt foundation. Cool. The signs probably are gonna be pretty useful. Yeah, thanks. I think I'll save the tickets. We need a lot of them to get all the parts that we need to build stuff. So put the bacon and Garrick in there. Put the barrel in there. We got computers, which is useful. We got 3 Mercer spheres. That's nice. Circuits. What are we looking at for man research? Anything? Really need that Caterium, huh? We can do the AI limiter and get the switch from there. That's pretty good. Out there. Have you played Astroneer? I don't know. I forget. Probably, maybe once. I like Stationeers. Stationeers is the game that's like that I play. Nautilus needs steel pipes, which we can make. Nautilus are useful for tossing explosives at things and making them blow up. And you don't feel like Xeno bashing something. I've played DSP before. Archon, yeah. DSP is cool. Yeah, explosives. I can't shake this migraine, guys. It's not going away. I've been drinking water like crazy. Yeah, Blasket sucks, man. The dog kept me up all night, dude. It sucks because I wanted to play Satisfactory today, but I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Probably go lie down and come back, dudes. I was gonna take just a break for Space News, but it's not getting better. This is the you didn't get enough sleep migraine. You know what I mean? You know those types of migraines? Yeah. Let's wait for the MAM research. I've been ignoring mine all day. I feel like I'm gonna blow chunks. And you gotta remember, dude, I got these lights shining in my face all day. Oh, we didn't catch a bug from the dog. Is that even a thing? Used wire, dude. $25 hours of Satisfactory straight. Jeez. For 3 more copper and 1 Caterium, you're producing 3 times the amount. Oh wow. Fused wire is nuts, dude. Quick wire stator. But, you know, I always we produce a lot of this anyway. I think I'm going to go quick wire stator. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right. Fellas, I got to stop. I'm sorry. I don't feel good. I want to talk about that FAA stuff, but maybe I'll do that in a couple hours and come back. I tried soldiering through it. It didn't work. I'm going to go lie down for a little while. I feel like I'm going to blow chunks. This is great. Probably will. Hello, have a good night. All right. 586, we'll be back. We'll be back. I'll, yeah. I'm gonna pop off for a little bit. If I don't come back tonight, dude, I'll see you guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll try to get on early, because if I go to sleep tonight, we'll get a long stream in. Come on early, we'll stream a ton of Factorio, okay? I feel like I'm gonna blow chunks. This is not great, Bob. Not great. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow or a little later in the night. Thank you very much for watching. And yeah, sorry about that. I feel like I don't feel good. Today's a good day. You got 2 roommates addicted to Satisfactory. It's good, man. Yeah, it's good. Well, if I don't see you again tonight, I'll hit you guys with a long stream tomorrow. Okay, we'll get it done. Night, everybody. Thank you, and sorry about that.